Which one's that? Okay. Glad they're here this week. I'm just glad they're here. Bunch of snow where you live? Huh? That's it? Yeah, I'm ready. Let's get it. 50 cents a pound, 55, and 50, we get 5, and 50, we get 5, 55, 60, and 55, going to be 60 cents a pound, going to be 5, going to be 65, and 65, 70, we get 70, going to be 75, and 75, 83, going to be 80 down, 83, 75, going to be 85, here, going to be 85 and 90, and 100, 95, here, we get 95, $90, a dollar here, going to be $1 pound, going to be $1, going to be $1, going to be $1 pound, going to be $1 here. Terry, what about you? $1? 95, Chris, 12. Little man is? Oh, gosh. And then new house or old? The other end? Come by and see, guys. Uh-oh. 80 of the A's and all of her shots, and she's guaranteed open. Too many shots. 20 cents a pound. 10 cents a pound. 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 75, 80. S 75, 1. She might be the highest animal I've sold in 2025. Wait till tomorrow. We got more like her. Broncos win. Oh, yeah. The what? Who's singing this year? Oh, Bad Bunny? Who the heck is that? Are you serious? What? I told her that's the highest one I've sold in 2025. Did you hear me? Not Bugs Bunny. Bad Bunny. Daughter. Dollar two and a half, and $100 two and a half. You're gonna get two and a half. Gonna be 100 two and a half. 100 two and a half. Gonna be two and a half. You're gonna get five. Gonna be 7 and a half. Gonna be 110. 12 and a half. Gonna be 12 and a half. $15. 7. Hit and a half. 20 and 120. That two and a half. Gonna be 22 and a half. 5 and 25. 27 and a half. 30. You're gonna get 32 and a half. Gonna be 2 and a half. 2 and a half. 5 and 35 here. 35 here. 35. 35. You get 5 and 35. 37 and a half here. Bit of a half here. Now 40 and 140. You're gonna get 40 and a half. 40. You're gonna be 140. You're gonna get 40. You're gonna get 40 there. You're gonna be 140 here. Chris 137. 50. 13. Cool. 110, 110, 12.50, 810, 12 of a, good to be 10 at 12 of a, good to be 110, 12 of a, good to be 110, 12 of a, $15, 17 and a half, 17, 20, 120, good to be 20, good to get 20, good to be 22 and a half, good to be 2 and a half, good to get 5, and 25, 27 and a half, 30, good to get 32 and a half, good to be 2 and a half, good to get 5, and 35, 37 and a half, 40, good to be 142 and a half, good to be 2 and a half, 5, and 45, 47 and a half, here, 47, 50 and a half, 50, and 52 and a half, good to be 2 and a half, good to get 2 and a half, 5, and 55, 57 and a half, 60 a pound, 2 and a half, good to be 2 and a half, 5, and zigga divide, zigga divide, zigga divide, zigga divide, zigga divide, zigga divide, here, going to be 165, and zigga divide, zigga divide, zigga divide, zigga divide, zigga divide, zigga divide, Booker, 162 and a half, 11. $135 and 35, you can have 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35 and half, 5 here, 35 here, 37, 50, and 30, 57 and a half, 40, and half, 42 and a half, good to be 2 and a half, you get 45, 45, 47 and a half, 50, and half, 52 and a half, good to be 2 and a half, you get 2 and a half, good to be 50, you get 2 and a half, good to be 52 and a half here, Booker, 150, nothing. $130, $130, and $130, we get 32 and a half, going to be 32 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, we get 35, going to be 7 and a half, going to be 40, we get 2 and a half, we get 5, going to be 7 and a half, 50 and a half, 2 and a half, 5, 57 and a half, 60, and 2 and a half, 2 and a half, going to be 62, 50, and 62 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, we get 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half here, Booker, 160, 11. Well, I'm here, 35, and 35, you give out 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 40, and $140, we give 5, going to be 50, we give 55, 55, 55, 57 and a half, now 57, 50, and 57 and a half here, 57 and a half, 57 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 57 and a half here, Booker, 155, 11. Oh, okay, okay. 9, 10 years old. They're 5 and 6 months bred. 2,000, 2,100, and 2,100, 2,100, 1,500 and a half here, 15, 50, and 15 and a half here, half here now, 1,600 and a half, 17, 18, 19, 2, and 21, and 2,100 here, 2,100, you guys are out, 2,100, and 21 here, 100, going to be 2,100 here, 1 here, going to be 2,100 McGee, 2,000. $125, yeah, 25, and 25 half, and half, 30, we get 35, 35, 30, 40, we get 40, we get 40, we get 40, good 35, 45, 45, 42 and a half, 5, and 45, 47 and a half, 50, we get 50, 50, we get 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 50 here, Booker, 147 and a half, 11. 8-year, 10-year-olds or 5 months bred. Is that right? 5 months. 5 months bred, 1,500, 15 and a half here, have and a half here, going to be 16 and a half here, 17, 18, 19, going to be now 2001, and 21, 2, and 21 and a half, going to be 2150, now 200, going to be 22, going to be 22, going to be 2200, you out now half, and 22, 3, and 23, going to get 3, 2300, and 20, going to get 300, going to be 20, going to get 300, going to be 2300, going to be 2300, down 2300, sold her 2250, Chris 5. They're older cows. They're 10 years old. They're 5 months bred. 1,500. 9 and 10 years old. 5 months. 15 and a half. And 1550. And 15 and a half. Have and a half here. Going to be 16. 16 and a half. And how 7 here. Going to be 17 and a half. Going to be 1,800. 1,800 and a half. Going to be 1,800 and a half. Going to be 1,900 here. Going to be 1,950. And how 2,000. Going to be 2,050. Now 1. And 2,100 and a half here. Going to be 2,150. 2,150 down 2. And 2,200. And 20. Going to be 200. Jared, yeah. 2,200. And 20. Going to get 200, going to be 2,200, going to be 2,200 here, going to be 2,200. Rab 2,150. Daughter bid, 102 and a half, and $102 and a half, you get 2 and a half, going to be 102 and a half, going to be 102 and a half, going to be 102 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, you get 105, 7, 50 pound 10, and 110, going to be 110, 12 and a half, going to be 10, 12 and a half, 15, and 15, 17 and a half, 17 and a half, 17, 50, and 17 and a half, here, going to be 17 and a half, 17 and a half, 17 and a half, 17 and a half, here, S 115, 3. One purple, she both go. 125, yeah, 25, and 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 127, 50 and a half, here, with a hand, 30, going to get 32 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, going to get 5, and 35, 35, 37 and a half, 40, going to get 40, going to be 40 with that, 42, 50, and 42 and a half, going to get 45, 45, 45, 45, 45, and 35, and 45, 47 and a half, 47 and a half, here's what 145 Booker. How'd the board open? 125, yeah, 25, and 25, 25, 25, 30, and 25, we get 35, 35, 40, we get 40, we get 40, 35, 40, 35, 40, 35, get 45, and 45, 45, 45, 42 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, we get 2 and a half, going to be 40, we get 2 and a half, going to be 42 and a half, Chris, 140. Straight. Ten by 6 and a 10 by 7, 1,500 and 15 and a half here, and a half here, going to be 1,600 and a half here, going to be 17, 18, going to be 19, now 2, and 2001, and 22, 22, 22, 3, 22, 3, 4, and 24, 24, 23, 50, and 20, you get 3 and a half, 4, and 24, 24, 24, 24, you get 4 here, 24, and 2,400 here, 2,400 here, you get 404 here, Rab, 2350. Thirsty? Six years old, they're 5 months bred. 2,000. 2100 and 21 and 2100 21 203 and 23 4 and 24 going to be 25 going to be 25 going to be 2607 and 27 7 7 7 7 7 2700 and 27 7 7 7 7 7 800 and 27 going to be 2800 2750 now 8 2800 and 2800 and 2800 800 800 here Rab 2750 6 and 7 years old, 3 to 5 months bred, 2000. 2100, 2100, 2100, 2100, now one, and 2100, and 2100, 100, 100, here, Chris, 2055. Buy a 300-pound calf for that price. You'd rather have a cow? 100,000% right. Seven and open, 120. 125, 25 here, now 25, 30, and 32 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, you get 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, you get 5 here, 35, 37 and a half, 37, 50, 40, and 40, you get 42 and a half, going to be 40, you get 2 and a half, you get 5, and 45, 47 and a half, 47, 50, and 40, you get 7 and a half, 47 and a half, 47 and a half here, Booker, 145, 11. $10 old, she's 6 months bred, 1,500, 15 and a half, and 15 and a half here, half here, going to be 15 and a half here, going to be 16, 17, 18, 1,800 there, 17, going to be 18 and 19, and 19, bit of a 19, bit of a 19, going to be 1,900, going to be 18, bit of a 19, bit of a 19, McGee, 1,800. Dollar bid 105 and 105 here, good to be 105, good to be 5, good to be 5 here, good to be 110, good to be 10, good to be 110, good to be 110, 15, now 20 and 120, good to get 5 and 25, 30, good to get 30 and 25, good to get 30, 125, good to get 30, good to get 30, good to get 30, good to get 30 here, Ricardo 125. You got some weight? $6 old. She's 3 months bred. 1,500. 15, 16, and 15, 1600 here, going to be 17, going to be 17, going to be 18, now 19, now 2,000, now 1, and 2,100, and 21, 2, 3, and 23, 3, and 23, 3, and 23, 3, and 23, 4, and 24, 5, and 25, 6, and 26, 7, and 2,700, and 27, and 7, going to be 27, going to be 2,700, and 27, going to be 27, going to be 100, MW, 2,600 on 5. She's got long toes. 8-year-old, she's 6 months, she's got long toes. Give $1. 110, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, $1.70, $1.80, $1.80. What about you, long toe guy? $1.80, $1.90, 85, $1.90. So $1.85, showtime. Can't believe you didn't buy her. $2. 210.20 and 210.20. We get 210.20. We get 210.20. We're going to be 210.20 30 and 230.40. We get 240 50. We get 245 and 45. We get 45. We get 45. 245. We get 5. We get 5. We get 5. 5 here. S 240. 11. X. Jumped over. Old cow, she's 5 months bred. 1,500. 15 and a half, and 15 and a half here, half here, going to be 16, 17, 17, 18, 1800 here, 18, 18, 19, 18, 50, 18 and a half, 19, 19, 19, 19, 19, 50, and 19 and a half here, half and a half, going to be 19, 50, and 19 and a half here, bit of a half here, going to be 19, bit of a half here, going to be half here, Chris, 1905. $135 and 35 40 and 35 you get 5 35 40 140 140 you get 40 you get 45 you get 45 45 45 45 45 and 45 45 you get 50 $1.50 there you're going to be 150 you get 50 you get 50 and a half 50 you get 50 you get 50 you get 50 and a half 50 here Chris 145 on number 13. Eight years and 5 months. 1,500 and 15 and a half here, half here, 16, 17, 18, 19, 2, 1, and 21, 21, 2, and 2200 here, 2, 3, and 23, 3, and 23, 3, 4, and 24, 2500 here, 5, 2500 here, 5, 25, Houston, 2400. There you go. Good enough. $1.50. 155 and 55, 57, 57, 60, 60 down, 60, $1.62 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, going to get 5, and to get 5, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half here, going to be 67.50, now 70, $1.70 pound, going to be 70, going to get 70, going to get 70, going to be 70 here, so at 167 and a half, Chris 20. 3 days a week. 152 and a half, and 50, we get 2 and a half, go to 2 and a half, we get 2 and a half, go to 2 and a half, we get 5, and 55 here, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, you get 5, 55, we get 5, 55, we get 5 here, Gibbon, 152 and a half.
That's Prescott, Houston. That's who bought that cow, right?
Is that right?
Yeah, that's Prescott, Houston. Hell, I don't. Yeah, you guys are all kind of inbred up there at Gary. Y'all. I take it back. I apologize. 10 by 5, 1500. 15 and a half, and 15 and a half here, have and a half here, going to be 1600 and a half here, going to be 16, going to get 1600 there, half and a half here, going to be 17, going to get 17 and a half, 17 and a half, going to be 1800 here, going to be 18, 19, 19, 2, and 2000, and 2000, going to be 2001, and 2100 here, 2, and 22 and a half, 3, 23, 3, 23, 3, 2300, and 2200 and a half, 3, 3, and 23, 3, going to be 23, 3, going to be 23, 3, so 2200, Chris 16. $1.50. 150 and 2 and a half and 2 and a half, 55, 55, 57 and a half, 57 and a half, 60 and 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 7 and a half, 750 now, 70, $1.70 pound, going to be 72 and a half, and 70, 2 and a half, going to be 70, 2 and a half, going to be 71, and 71 here, 71, 71, 71 here, S, 175. $1.50, 2 and a half, and 50, we get 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, we get 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, we get 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, you get 5, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, now 5, and 55 here, 7 and a half, and 57 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 to 60, and 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, we get 2 and a half, going to be 60, we get 2 and a half, going to be 60, we get 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, going to be half, so 160, Chris 10. Two years and 4 months. Her bag's just okay. Not real good. $1.50. 2 by 6 plus. $1.50. $1.50. You bidding? $1.50, 60. 160, 70, 180, $1.80, 90, $1.90, you get 2, going to be 190, going to be 210, going to be 210, and 210, you get 210, 20, and 210, 20, you get 210, 20, you get 210, 20, going to be 20, going to be 20, you get 20, showtime, 210. $150, 2 and a half, and 50, you get 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, you get 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, and 2 and a half, 55, 57 and a half, 57 and a half, 57 and a half, 57, 50, and now 60, and 2 and a half, you get 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, 62, 50, and 2 and a half, bit of a knife here, 5, and zig 5, 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 now 5 here, now 7, 3, 5, and 63, 5, and 7, and now 7, and now 7, and 7, and 7, and 7 here, going to be 7, you get 7 here, Chris, 165, 10. 5 years old, $1.50. 50.5 and 50.5 here now 55 55 and 55 60 and $1.55 60 there 5 and 65 70 going to be 175 and 75 give 80 there 85 going to be 85 and 90 going to be 195 and 95 here 95 to get 95 to get 95 going to be 195 to get 95 here Chris 190 3x. Five years old, $1.50. 155 and 55 here 55 and 55 here 60 and 5 and 75 and 75 here 75 here 75 80 and $1.80 pound here 85 here 85 here shoulder 180 Ricardo. $55 and 55 and 50 G5 here 55 55 60 and 55 60 there 55 going to be 60 here 55 going to be 160 and 55 60 there 55 going to be 60 here Chris 155.20. $1.52 and a half, and 50, we get 2.5, good to be 2.5, we get 2.5, good to be 2.5, 2.5, you get 5, 55, 57 and a half, 57 and a half, 57 and a half, 57 and a half, 60, and 2.5, good to be 2.5, we get 2.5, good to be 2.5, good to be 2.5, good to be 2.5, 5, and Ziggy 5, and Ziggy 5, Ziggy 5, Ziggy 5, Ziggy 5, Ziggy 5, Ziggy 5, 5, here, Booker, 162 and a half. She bred. Five-year-old, she's 2 months bred. $1 pound. $1.10. 110. What about you, Hereford King? 110? Yeah. 120. 120, 30, 40, 50. $1.60. $1.50, $1.60, 70. $1.70. Showtime, 160. Can't believe you passed her up, Roy.
Where were you, Anton?
Five-year-old, 150. 155 and 55 55 55 55 55 55 60 and $1.60 pound here going to be 60 here 5 and to get about 70 170 70 70 cow 165.21. $1.50. 55 and 55 here now 55 55 55 55 55 and 55 here 55 55 60 5 and 5 here 5 here Chris 160.20. Pretty good cow there, guys, I think. $1.50. $1.50, 60, $1.50, 60, 70, 170, 170, 180, 180, 180, 170, going to be 80, going to be 70, going to be 80, going to be 70, 180, and 170, 80, $1.70, give 80 here, going to be 70, going to be 80 here, Soldier, 170, Ricardo. Goodbye. Nice cow. $1.52 and a half, and 50, we get 2.5, going to be 2.5, we get 2.5, going to be 50, we get 2.5, going to be 50, we get 2.5, going to be 2.5, you get 2.5, and 55 here, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, and 55 here, 5, we get 5, we get 5, 55 here, now 5 here, sold 152 and a half, Chris 20. $75, 80, and 75, good to be 80, 75, good to be 85, 85, 85, and 90, we get 90, we get 5, 95, 95, 95, $1, $1.05, good to be 105, good to be 105, we get 5, 105, 110, 110, 110, 15, 20, and 120, and 20 by 20, there, good to be 20 by 20, top row you're at, 120, and 120, good to be 20, we get 20, good to be 20, good to be 20 here, and tone, 115. Add to that pile. $55 and 55 and 55 and 55 60 and 5 has to get 70 good to be 170 170 170 170 170 170 $65 70 Brad you're out 70 $65 70 we get 70 we get 70 now 5 175 172 and a half 172 and a half Booker 170 come on Troy 5 years, 7 months, 2,000. 2,100, 2,100, and 2,100, and 2,100. Here, we get 2, and 23, we get 3, and 23, we get 4, and 24, we get 5, and 25, we get 600, and 26, 7, and 27, and 7, and 7, and 7, and 7, and 7, and 727, 800, and 27, going to be 29, and 9, you get 9, and 3, and 3,000, we get 3, and 29, we get 3,000, going to be 29, we get 3,000, going to be 29, we get 3, and 3,000, here, going to be 29, we get 3,000, going to be 29, we get 3, and 29, we get 3. Sold them at 2,900. KW Ranch. Gotcha. Thank you, guys. $2. 210.20 and 210.20. We get 210.20. We get 210.20. We're going to be 210.20 and 210.20. We get 210.20. We get 210, 10, 10, 210.20 and 210.20. Who bid here? 2 and 2 a bid here. Going to be 2. We get 2. Going to be 2. Going to be 210, 210, 210, 210. Band 10 here. Going to be 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 10. Chris, $2. 8X preg. Think she's bred? 5 months. $105 and 105 here. Good to 105. We get 5. We get 5. We get 5. 105 and 105 here. Good to 105. We get 5. We get 5. We get 5. We get 75, 80, 75, 80, 75. Good to 85, 85 and 100. We get 95, 95 $1. $1 here. Good to be $1. $100. 5. Good to be 110. Good to be 110. Good to be 110. 15. 110. 15. 20 and 120. Good to be 20. 20 here. Good to be 120. You get 20 here. Good to be 120 and 20. Sold. 115. Calvin X. $135 and 35. You give out 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, and 5 here. 35, 40. We get 40, 35, 40, 35, 40, and 35, 45. We get 45. We get 50, and 55, 55, 55, 55. You get 5, and 55. We get 5, 55. We get 5, 55, 60, and $55, 63. Going to be 60 here. Booker 155. $105 and 105 here. Good to be 105. We get 5. We get 5 and 10. Good to be 110, 15, 120 and 125, 25, 25, 25, 25, 25 here. 125. Joe, you're at 25 and 25 here. 30 and 125. We get 35, 35, 35, 35. You get 5 here. 35, 35, 40 and $45 and 45. We get 45. We get 45. 145. We get 5. We get 5. We get 5. We get 5. 5 here. So 140. Showtime. Way the cow, 110, 110, 15, and 10, 15, 20, and 21, 21, 21, 25 here, 25, 30, we get 30, good to be 30, we get 30, good to be 30, we get 30, 125, 35, and 32 and a half, 5, and 35, 37 and a half, 40, we get 40, good to be 40, we get 40, good to be 42 and a half, good to be 2 and a half, we get 2 and a half, good to be 2 and a half, Booker, 140, 11. Buck 35 and 35. You go out 35, 35, 35, 37, 37, 37, 40. We get 40. Now 2 and a half. Good to be 2 and a half. We get 2 and a half. Good to be 2 and a half. We get 5 and 45, 45, 45, 47 and a half here. 47, 50 down, 50. $52 and a half. We get 2 and a half. Good to be 2 and a half. 5 and 55, 55, 55, 57 and a half. 57 and a half. 57 and 60. $60 here. $60 here. Booker 157 and a half. 11. Way here, 55, and 55, and 55, 57, and 57, and 7, and 7, and 57, and a half, 60, and 2 and a half, to get 2 and a half, good to be 2 and a half, to get 2 and a half, good to be 2 and a half, 2, 5, and to get 5, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and 70, and half 70, to get 70, good to be 70, to get 70, Booker, 67 and a half. Yeah.
That's going straight, then we're going 11.
55, and 55, and 55, 55, 7 and a half, 57 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 57 and a half, 57 and a half, 57, 60, and down 2 and a half, to get 2 and a half, to get 5, and to get 5, 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 here, 5, to get 5, and 5 here, 5, to get 5, and 5 here, Chris, 162 and a half, 20. Did you get it, Lynn? Wake out. 135, and 35, you get 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, you get 35, you get 35, 35, 43, 145, and 45, 53, 55, 55, 55, 55, 52 and a half, 52 and a half, 52, 50, and 2 and a half, you get 5, and 57 and a half, 57 and a half, going to be 60, you get 60, 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, 5, and to get 5, and has to get 5, to get 5, to get 5, to get 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 70, $1.70, you get 70, you're going to be 70, you get 72 and a half, and 70, you get 2 and a half, going to be 70, you get 2 and a half, 72 and a half here, Booker, 170.
Back to where we started when it was really good. It's the highest cow Booker Packer cow about 90. You get 90.
55, and 55, 55, 57, 55, 57 and a half, 57 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 57 and a half, 57 and a half, 60, and down 2 and a half, to get 2 and a half, good to be 2 and a half, to get 2 and a half, good to be 2 and a half, good to be 2 and a half, good to be 2 and a half here, Chris, 160, 10. Chris, 10. You watch the rodeo.
I've not seen one second. I wouldn't even know who went. Who's that? There used to be a Hunter Toolman's son used to be in it. Steer wrestler.
They're large. Lewis, Evan Lewis. 135, and 35, and 35, 40, and 35, 40, 35, 45, to get 45, to get 50, 55, 55, 55, 57, and 57, and 57, and 60, and house 60, to get 60 there, you're going to be 160, and house 60 there, $60 top row, you're all at 160, and house 60 there, $60 down, 2 and a half, to get 2 and a half, 1 through, and 62, 3, to get 3, and 3, and half 4, and to get 3, to get 4, going to be 3, to get 4, going to be 63, 4, and half 3, to get $4, and half 4, to get 4, to get 4 here, Booker, 163.
Topsail.
5 and 6 years old. 135, and 35, you give 35, 40, and 35, 40, you get 40, you get 40, 35, 40, and half 40 here, 35, 45, and 45, 50, you get 50, you get 55, 55, 60, $1.60 here, going to be 60 here, 5, and to get about 70, 175, 80, and now 80 there, 80, you give 80 there, 80, going to be 80 here, so 175, Ricardo. Five and 6 year old cows here, 35. and 35, 40, and 35, we get 40, 35, we get 40, 35, we get 45, we get 50, we get 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, and 52 and a half here, 5, and 55, 57 and a half, 57 and a half, 60, and now 60 there, $60, we get 60 there, going to be 60, and 2 and a half, we get 2 and a half, we get 5, and zig it 5, and has zig it 5, 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 now 5, and $60 5 here, 5, we get 5, we get 5, we get 5, now 5 here, Chris, 162 and a half, 20. Yeah, 35, and 35, you get 5, 35, 35, 35, 37, 35, 37, 37, 37, 35, 37, and a half, going to be 37, going to be 37, going to be 35, and 35 here, 25, and 25, 27, and a half here, 27, 50, and 20, we get 7, going to be 20, we get 7, 30, and 32 and a half, going to be 30, we get 2 and a half, 5, and 35, 35, 35, 37, 37, 37, 50, yeah, 37 and a half here, and now half here, Cavanis, 135.
Eight by 2 and 7 by 5.
7 by 5 and 8 by 6. For the large cows, I'm going to weigh them to you. $1.50. $1.52 and a half, and 50, we get 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, we get 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, we get 2 and a half, going to be 52 and a half, 52 and a half, and 50, we get 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, we get 2 and a half, Booker Jabid, 152 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, here 5, 7 and a half, 60, 2 and a half, 5, 7 and a half, 70, 2 and a half, 5. You're riding a Shetland. Sold 172 and a half, McGee. I got one in my house if you want to ride it. All bred. 8-year-olds.
4 to 7 months.
8-year-old cows I see. 5 and 6 months. Heavy bred. 2,000, 20, 100, and 21, and 2100, 21, now 2, and 2250, yeah, 22 and a half here, half here, now 3 and a half, and 23 and a half here, half here, going to be 2350, and 23 and a 4, and 24, 24, 24, 24, 2400, and 2400 here, 4 here, going to be 24, and 24, going to be 24, you get 2400 here, 4 here, you get 4, 2400, 4 here, you get 4, so about 2350, Chris, 5. Heavy bred cows, guys. 8-year-old cows are 5 to 7 months. 8 to 10 years old, 6, 7 months bred. 5 to 7 months. 2,000. 20, 100, and 21, and 21, and 21, 21, 21, 21, 21, 21 and a half here, half here, 200 and a half here, 3, and 23 to get 3, and 23 to get 3, and 22, 50, now 3, and 2300 and a half, and 23 and a half here, half and a half, going to be 2350, yeah, 23 and a half here, now 4, and 2400 here, 24, 24, 24, 24, 24, you get 4, and 2400, and 2400, 400, you get 4, 24 and a half, and 24 and a half here, 4 and a half, you get 4 and a half, going to be 24 and a half, going to be 2450, and 24 and a half here, 4 and a half, going to be 20, you get 4 and a half, going to be 24 and a half, so I'm at 2400, Chris 16.
24 even, yeah. Chris 16.
Where's old?
Phillips.
Eight to 10 years old, they're 5 to 7 months bred.
22? Is that right?
All right there, heavy bred cows, guys, right there here, 2001 and 2100 and 2100, 2100, and a half, and 2150, and down two, going to be half, now 300, 350, and 23 and a half, here, now four, and 24 and a half, going to be 24 and a half, going to be 24 and a half, get five, and 25, and 2500, 5, 2500, 5, 25, and 2500, 5, 2500, 5, 500, 5, 5. Sold him 24 and a half. Chris 5.
Hold them up.
21. Gotcha.
He was banking on him coming back, wasn't he?
8 to 10 years old. 5 to 7 months. 5 to 7 months, 2000, 20, 100, and 21, and 2100, 21, 21 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, and 22, 53, and 23, 23 and a half, going to be 23 and a half, 4, and 24, 24, 24, 24, 24, 2400, and 2400, and 23 and a half, going to be 24, going to be 24, going to be 24, going to be 2400, and 2400 here, 3 and a half, 4, and 23 and a half here, going to be 400 and a half, 4 here, going to be 4, 3, going to be 4, Chris, 2350, put him on number 5.
Here.
8 to 10 years old. Here's kind of the right size cows right here, guys. 5 to 7 months. 10 years old, 5 to 7 months. 2000, 20, 100, and 21, and 2100, 21, 2150, and 21 and a half, half and a half, half and a half, now 200 and a half, and 250, and 20, to get 2 and a half, going to be 22, 3, and 23 and a half, 23, to get 3, and 23, Paul, you're out, 2300, and 23, to get 3 online, 23 and a half, and 23 and a half, half and a half, going to be 2350, and 23 and a half, half, McGee, 2300.
Four by, I think.
4 and 5 months bred, guys. They're young. They're 1 pluses. 4 and 5 months bred. 2000, 2100, and 21, and 2100, 21, 21, 2, to get 3, and 23, to get 4, and 24, to get 5, and 26, 7, and 7, 8, 20, 8, 20, 8, 2800, and what about a half? 2750, and 2750, 27 and a half, going to be 27 and a half, half here, going to be half here, going to be half here, going to be half. So what about 2700, Chris? 11. Eight years old, they're 6 and 7 months. Huh? They're 10 years old, 6 and 7. Thank you, guys. 2000. 2100, and 2100, 21, 1, 2, and 22, and 22, 3, and 23, 3, and 23, 3, going to be 22, 50, and 22, online you're out, 22 and a half, 3, 3, and 23, 23, 50 and a 4, and 24, and 24 and a half, going to be 24 and a half, 24 and a half, going to be 24, 50, and 24, yeah, Paul, 24, 50, and 24 and a half, 24 and a half, half and a half, going to be 24 and a half, going to be 24, going to be half. Rab, 2400 Rab. 3 and 4s, they're open. $2. 210-20, and 210-20, we get 210-20, we get 210-20, go to be 210-20, and 210-20, bit of a 20, go to be 20, we get 20, go to be 210-20, and 210-20, go to be 210-20, go to be 220, we get 220, we get 210-20, and 210-20, go to be 20, go to be 20, we get 20, go to be 20 here, Chris, 210, 3X.
Pretty.
Four and 5 years old, $1.50. $55 and 55, 65 and 65 and now 70, 170, 170, 170, we get 70, 170 and 65, 70, going to be 70, we get 70, we get 75 and 75 here, 75 here, 75, 75, 75, 75, you get 5 and $75 here, 75 here, 75 here, so 170, Chris, 20. Six and seventh here, guys. 135, 40, and 35, 40, and 35, 40, 35, 40, 35, 40, 35, 45, 45, 45, 45, hop, pro, yeah, 45, 50, and 50 down, 50, and 47 and a half, 47 and 50, we get 50 down, 52 and a half, go to 2 and a half, we get 2 and a half, 5, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 7 and a half, 57 and a half, 57 and a half, 57, 50, 60, and now 62 and a half, and 2 and a half, we get 2 and a half, go to 2 and a half, we get 2 and a half, go to 2 and a half, we get 5, and 65, and 65, and 65, now 5, and 65, now 5 here, 5 here, Chris, 162 and a half, 20. $1 pound, 105, and 105 here, good 105, we get 5, 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 105, 105, 105, 105, 110, and 110, and 110, good 110, but 10, 110, 15, and 15, 20, and 120, 21, 21, 20, 15, 20, and 20 by 23, good 15, 20 by 23, good 20, we get 20, good 20, good 20, we get 20 here, so 115, Chris, 13.
and a 5x6, I think.
5 years old or 5 and 6 months bred. Is that right? 2,000. 2,100 and 2,100, 2,100 and 2 and 2,2 and 23 and 23 going to be 23 going to be 23 going to be 23 300 out of line 23 4 and 24 5 and 2,500 500 and 24 5 and 25 and 2,500 5 here 24 you get 5 and 24 5 and 2,500 down 6 25 going to be 26 7 and 27 and 7 7 7 and 27 Mike you're out 2,700 and 2,700 26 7 and 7 here now 7 7 7 7 7 here 26 7 here now 7 7 going to be 26 7 here going to be 7 here going to be 7 sort of 2,600 Houston Prescott Houston yep one of them Houstons. Ten by 6 and 10 by 5, 5 and 6 months bred, and 2,100 and 21 and 2,100 and 2,100 and 21 and 2,100 1 2 and 21 and 2,100 now 2 get 2 and 22 2,200 and 21 to 2 and 2,200 2 half 2 and 23 to get 2 and 22 yeah my Paul town 2 and 23 to get 2 and 22 going to be 22 50 and 22 and a half here, half here, going to be 22 and a half here, going to be half here, sort of a 2,200 McGee. 10 years old or 3 and 4 months bred. 120. 125, 845, 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, outside 5, 30, 35, 35, 40, 45, 45, 45, 45, and 45, 50, $1, 55, 55, 55, 55, 60, and now 5, and 55, 70, 170, 170, 105, 70, here, go, you guys are out, 170, and now 5, and 75, 80, 85, group of 85, you give 85, 90, $1, 90, group of 90, group of 90, group of 185, 90, 85, 90, 85, 90, 85, 90, here, McGee, 185. Daughter. Open cow, $5 and 105 and 105 here. Good 105, 85, 85, 85, 10, good 110, 15, 20 and 121, 21, 21, 21, 27, 8 and a half and 17 and a half, 20, good 120, good 2 and a half, good 5 and 27 and a half, 30, good 32 and a half, good 32 and a half, 5 and 37 and a half here now, 40, $40, good 2 and a half, good 2 and a half, good 5 and 47 and a half, 50, good 50 down, 50 and half, 50, good 50, good 50, good 50, good 50, good 50, good 50 here. Booker 147 and a half, 11. Caleb, you gonna do anything today? $175, 75, 75, 75, 75, 75, 80, and 75, 80, 75, 80, here, you give 80 pounds, 80, good 80, good 80, 75, 87, 85, 85, 82 and a half, good 2 and a half, here, 85, 85, 85, 85, 87, 50, 87 and a half, here, 80, 87, 90, and $100, good 90, good 90, good 90, good 90, good 90, here, given bull, 187.50. $1.50. $1.55 and 55 and 55 here now 55 60 and now 5 now 5 70 and now 72 and a half going to be 2 and a half 75 here 75 here 75 75 and 75 $5 75 75 77 and a half 77 50 and 77 and a half going to be 77 and a half 80 and now 80 here 80 here Cabinet's Bull 177.50. $1.50. $1.55, 55, 60, 55, 70, 175, 75, 80 here, 80 here, 75, 80, 75, give 85, 85, 85, 85, 85, 85, 85 here, 85 here, 85 there, 85, 85, you give 5 here, sold 180 Chris Bull. Dollar. 110 and 110, good to be 110, good to be 110, good to be 110, 110, 110, 110, 20, good to be 20, good to get 30, good to get 30, good to 25 and 25 and 25 Joe, 30 and 30, good to get 30, 125, good to get 30, 25, good to get 30, 25, good to be 30, good to get 30, good to be 30, good to get 30, good to be 30, good to get 30, good to be 39, 30 here, Cabinet's 125 Bull. I bet. $1. 110 and 100 out of 10. Good to be 110. Good to be 110 and 20, 120. Able to get 30. Able to get 40. Able to get 40 and 5, 45, 45, 45, 45, 45. $8.45, 50 and 50. You get 50, 55, 55, 55, 55, 60 and 5 and 65, 70, 175 here, 75 here, 75, 75, 75, 75, 75, 75. You get 5. Cabinet 170 bull. $125. You get 25 and 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 30. Here, 25, you get 30. 25, you get 30. Here, 30 and 25, you get 30. 25, you get 30. You get 30 and 25, you get 30. 25, 35 and 35, 35, 40. You get 40. You get 40. You get 40. 35, 40 and 45 and 45, 45, 45, 45. You get 5. 45, you get 5. 45, you get 5. Here, Cabinet's bull. 140. Cabinet's bull. 140. $135. You get 35, 35, 35, 40, 135, 40, 40, 40, 35, 45, 45, 45, 55, 55, and 55, 60, and 5. Hands get 5, now 5, and 60, 5, 65, 5, 65, 5, 70, 170, and 5 and house 70 here, 170, cabinets 165 bull. She's a 4-year-old guy, $1.50. 50 and 5, and 55 and 55, 55, 55, 55, 50 and 5, here and 55, 60 and 5, and to get a 70, 170, 170, you get 70, you're going to be 70, you get 70, $1.73, 170, you get 70, Chris, 165.20. Five-year-old cow, $1.55, and 55, and 55 here, now 5 here, now 55, 57, 60, and now 62 and a half, get 2 and a half, 65, and 65, and 2 and a half, 5 here, now 5, here, given 162 and a half.
Two of them in one day.
5 years, and she's 4 months bred. She wild. $1 a pound. $1.10 a pound. 110, 120. 30, 40, 50. $1.50. Sold 140. Antonio 2. $152 and a half, 50, we get 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, we get 2 and a half, going to be 52 and a half, we get 5, and 55, 57 and a half, 57 and a half, going to be 62 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, 5, 5, now 5, and 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 750, and 67 and a half, here, 70, $1.70, 70, we get 70, 70, Chris, 167 and a half, 10. Young. $1.50. $1.50, 60, $1.55, now 55, jigga 5 here, now 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, now 5, and 60, and now 65, now zigga 70, 175 here, 80, and now 85 here, 85, 90, 190, 90, 85, 90, 85, 90 here, 85, 90, 85, 90 here, Chris, 185, 8X. You want her preg checked? Nope. $1.55, and 55, and 57, 57, going to be 60, going to be 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, going to get 5, going to 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 70, $1.70 pound, 2 and a half, 72 and a half, 72.50, and 70, going to get 2 and a half, going to be 70, going to get 2 and a half, going to be 72 and a half here, so 170 Gibbon. 1.
Got it, Bobby! Shot it, Bobby! Shot it, Bobby! Come on, shot it!
$1.55, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 75, 57, 57, 57, 57, 50, and now 60, and now 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 750, and 67 and a half here, half here, Booker, 165. Five by 6. 2,000, 2,100, and 21, and 2,100, 21, 21, 21, 21, 21, 22, and 23, and 23, and 4, and 24, 500, 5, going to be 2,600, and 26, 7, and 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, going to be 2,700, and 27, how 8, and 2,800, 9, 9, 3, and 3,000, 33, have 1, and 3,100, and 3,100, 100, here's sort of a 3,000, KW Ranch. Huh? Yep.
That's what I said. K&W, yeah.
I don't think it makes a bit of difference. 10 by 3, let's wear 120. 125, 25, and 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, and 30, 125, 30, 25, 30, 25, 30, 5, and 35, 40, 40, 40, 35, 37, 50, and 37 and a half here, Cavaness, 135. Seven years old, 7 months, is that right? 1,500. 15 and a half, 15 and a half here, half here, you're going to be 15, 50, 15 and a half here, and 16, and 16 and a half here, and 17, 17 and a half, going to be 17 and a half, 18, 18 and a half here, 18 and a half here, now 19, and 1900, and 1900 here, 18, 19 and a half, going to be 19, 19, Prescott, 1850 on Houston. 125, 25, and 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 25 here, male Antone, 125, 30, and 25, 30, and 25, 30, 125, and 30 here, 125 here, daughter pound, 105, 110, 15, 20, 5, 125. Sold 120, Roy, Burns 1, Burns 1.
One day I bought him 8 or 9 bulls, young bulls, something by here.
Yep. 135, and 35, jigga 5, and 35, and 35, 37, and 37, and 40, we get 40, we get 2 and a half, jigga 5, 47, and 50, and 52 and a half, good to be 2 and a half, jigga 5, and 57, and 57, and 57, and 60, and down 2 and a half, good to be 2 and a half, we get 2 and a half, what about 1, and 2, and down 2, good to be 2, good to be 2, good to be 60, 1, 2, and down 2, what about 1, 2, what about 1, we get 2, 3, and down 3, we get 3, and 3, 4, and down 3, 4, and down 3, we get 4, good to be 64, and zigga 4, and down 3, we get 4, good to be 4, we get 4, good to be 3, we get 4, good to be 3, we get 4, here's all 163 on Booker.
And I bought 7 or 8 bulls, 1 and 2 year olds, a little crazy, but pretty nice bulls. And they don't let me. I got it, I bought it, and then they tell me this, they gotta be this.
Mm-hmm. 135, and 35, you give out 35, 35. Oh, you're still putting in tickets. Hang on, guys. That's all right.
Oh, one more cow. Maybe 2. Yeah, 2 more. You want me to go get it? Nothing wrong with it. Those 2 cows. Those 2 cows are not going to back anymore.
No.
Oh, okay. Okay. No, that's even they're young.
Yeah. No, you're right. 135, and 35, you give out 35, 35, 37, 37, 37, 40, and now 40, we get 2 and a half, good to be 2 and a half, you get 5, and 45, 47, 47, and a half, 50, we get 52 and a half, good to be 2 and a half, good to be 2 and a half, 5, and 55, 57, 57, 57, 57, 60, and now 2 and a half, we get 2 and a half, good to be 2 and a half, 1, and now 2, and now 2, good to be 2, we get 3, we get 3, we get 3, good to be 2, and now 3, you get 4, and now 3, 4, and now 3, we get 4, good to be 63, 64, and now 3, we get 4, so 163 Booker. All worth the same. Seven and 8 year old, they are 5 months. 7 and 8 year olds are 5 months, 2,000, 2,100, and 21, and 2,100, 21, 21, 21, 21, 21, 22, and 23, 3, and 23, 3, and 23, 3, 22, 3, and 22, 50, 22 and a half, and 300, 3 and a half, and 4, and 24, 24, 24, 24, 24 and a half, going to be 24 and a half, going to be 24 and a half, going to be 24, 50, it's 24 and a half here, half and a half, going to be 24 and a half here, Yost, 2,400 Yost. 135 and 35. You give out 35, 35, 37, 37, 37, 37 and a half here now. 40. $1.40. You get 2 and a half. Going to be 40. You get 2 and a half. Going to be 40. You get 250 and 42 and a half here. Half 5 and 45, 45, 45, 45, 45. You get 5, 3, 5. You get 45 here and half. 45, 600 and 45. Going to be 6 here. 45. Going to be 6 here. Booker 145.
I've heard stories. I killed what he was. Oh, look. Like a yours.
Old cows are short bred. They are 3 to 4 months bred. Well, that's what I thought it said. 8 months? No. 9 by 5. Oh, 8, 9-year-old. They're 3 to 5 months. 1,500, 15 and a half, 15 and a half here, half and half here, going to be 16, 17, 18, 19, 1900 and 19, 18 and a half, now 19 and a half, now 2 and 2,000 and 2,000, able to get 2,000 now 50 and 20, 50 and a half here, yeah, guys are out up here, 20, 50 and 20, 50, 20 and a half here, half here, half here, half here, half here, McGee, 2,000. My wife, she... $135 and 35. You give out 35, 37, going to be 40. You get 2 and a half. You get 5, 47 and a half, 50, 2 and a half. Going to be 2 and a half. You get 2 and a half. Going to be 52, 50 and 5 and 55, 55, 55, 55, 7 and a half, 57 and a half, 57 and a half, 57 and a half, 57, 50 and 57. Bronco, you're out. 57 and a half and 57 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 57 and a half, 50, 57 and a half. Here, Chris, 155, 20. So I'm gonna start calling you Bronco. Bronco, you're out. $135 and 35. You give out 35, 35, 35, 35, 40. Going to be 35. You get 40. Going to be 35. You get 40. 35, 40 and 35, 40 and 35, 40. 30. You get 40. You get 40. You get 40. You get 40. 5, 45, 45, 50 and 50. You get 50. You get 50. Here, Cal, 145, 22. 10 years old or 5 and 6 months. 2,000, 2,100, and 21, and 21, and 21, 21, 21, 21, 2,100, 100, 21, now 1, and 2,100, and 2,100, and 100, half, and 2150, and 21 and a half, going to be 2150 and a half, half and a half, going to be 2150, and 21 and a half, 21 and a half, now 2, and 22, going to be 2, going to be 2, going to be 2, going to get 200, and 22, going to be 2, going to get 250, and 22 and a half, half and a half, going to be 2250, out, Paul, 2250. And 2250 and 20 going to get 2 and a half, going to be 22 and a half here, half here, half here, bit of a half here, going to be half, so it'll be 2200. Chris 17. Here's some cows. Wolf Brothers got down. 125, 125, 30, and 25, and 25, 25, 25, 25, 25 here, 5 here, 125, and 25 here, 30, we get 30, 125, we get 30, and 35, and 35, 35, 35, 2 and a half, we get 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 5, and 35, 35 here, 37 and a half, 37 and 40, and $40, we get 2 and a half, going to be 40, we get 2 and a half, going to be 40, 2 and a half, 5, and 45, 47 and a half here, so 145 on Booker 11.
There's the guy's cows that went down to Wolf Brothers. Wild son of bitches. They come piling off that truck. Jeez. Might start coming out here Sundays and
We're looking for a Saturday, Sunday guy. Would you like to do it?
maybe for an hour.
48 hours.
No. I'd die on Monday if I had to be here 48 hours. And Tuesday and Wednesday, I'd be no thank you. And Thursday. I'd have Friday off. Yeah, no thanks.
Be good for you.
You probably would.
Oh, guys. This is Wolf Brothers. I'm going to weigh them. They're wild, wild, wild. Just telling you like it is. Daughter.
Like they're
4 and 5 months bred. 105. They're all going to go. 105. 105. And 105. Going to get 5. Going to get 5 and 10. Going to be 110. 15. 20. And 125 here. 30. Going to get 30. 125. Going to get 35 here. 35. 40. And daughter 40. Going to get 45. 45. 45. Daughter 45. And 45. 50. And daughter 45. Going to get 50. 45. Going to get 50. Going to get 50. Going to get 50. 45. 50 and a half 5. And 55. And 55 here. 55. 2 and a half 5. And 55. 55. 55. 55. 55. 55. And 55 here. 55. You get you're out of line. 155. And 55 here. 57 of half. 57 of half. 57. 50. And 57 and a half here. 57 of half here. Sort of 155 McGee. Watch him when you load him, Paul. $1 pound, 105, and 105 here, 105, going to be 110, going to get 15, and 20, 125, 30, going to get 39, 5 here, 40, $1.45, going to get 45, going to get 50, going to get 50, and 50, and 45, going to get 50, 45, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 60, $1.60 there, going to be 65, and it's going to be 70, 170, going to get 70, going to be 70, going to be 70 here, Cavus, 165 bullocks.
86, 60, 89.
8s and 6s are hard for me to read.
9s and
All of them, actually. 3 looks like a 5. 8 looks like a 6. 0. What do you give, Antone? You got $1? $1.10. Jeez. $1.10. 120. 40. 120. 130. 40. 50. 60. 70. $1.70. $1.80. 90. 85. 90. Showtime 185. No. Who said that?
$135, and 35, you go back 35, 35, 37, 37, 37, 37, 37, 50, and 40, you get 40, good to be 2 and a half, 5, and 45, 45, 45, 45, 45, you get 5, 45, 47, 50, and 50, $1.50 there, you get 50, and 50, 150, 150, you get 50, and 50 there, you get 50, you get 50, you get 50 here, Chris, 147 and a half, 20. $55 and 55, 55, here 750 and 57 and a half here, 60 and down 2 and a half, we get 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 2 and a half, 5 and zig and 5 here, 5 here, Booker, 162 and a half. Can't see your tag, can you? 10/6, thank you. Thank you. 10 years, 6 months, 1,500. 15 and a half, and 15 and a half here, half here, half and a half here, going to be 1550, and 15 and a half here, half here, that's 1,507. Ten by 3, 135.40, and 35.40, and 35.40, 40, 40, 40, 40, 35, 40, 40, 40, 35, 40, 35, 45, and 45, 47, 47, 52 and a half, good to be 2 and a half, you get 2 and a half, 52, 50, and 50, you get 2 and a half, good to be 2 and a half, you get 2 and a half, good to be 2 and a half here, so 150, Chris, 10, 20. Nine-year-old cow, 130. 135 and 35. You give out 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35. You get 30, good to 30, 20 and 5, and 25. Yeah, 20 and 5 here. And 25, 25, 25, 20, 30. You get 30, good to 32 and a half, and 2 and a half, 32, 55, and 35, 37 and 37 and 37 and 40. Another 40, you get 40, good to be 40, you get 40, good to be 40, you get 40 here. So 137 and a half, Booker. Years and 5 months, guys, right there, $1 pound, 105, 105, and 105 here, good to be 105, good to get 5, good to get 5, good to get 5, good to get 10, good to be 110, 15, 115, 20, and 21, 21, 21, 20, 15, 20, and 20 and 5, and 25, 25, 25, 20, 30, good to get 35 here, 35 here, 35, yet on 35, and 30, 40, another 45, good to get 45, good to get 45, yet again, 145, 50, another 50, good to get 50, good to get 50, good to get 50, good to get 50 here, 45, good to get 50 here, and tone, 145. Eight-year-old cow, daughter, 105, and 105 here, good to 105, to get 5, 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 and 5 here, hot side 5, and 10, and 110, 110, good to be 105, good to be 110, good to be 110, good to be 110, 15, 110, 15, take them ahead of you, Chris, 115, 20, 120, 115, 20, and 20 by 20 there, good to be 20, good to get 20, good to be 20 here, Chris, 115 on 13. Nope, $1. $5 and 105 here, good to 105 here, good to 105, to get 5, to get 5, to get 5, to get 5, 10, good to be 110, good to be 10, good to be 110, 110, 110, 110, Joe, 110, 110, 15, and 15, 20, and 25, 25, 25, 20, 30, to get 35, to get 35, 35, bid 5, and 40, and half 40, to get 40, 35, 40, to get 40, to get 40, to get 40, to get 40 here at Capital, 135 Bullocks. 135, 40, and 35, you give out 35, 35, 35, 40, 40, 35, 40, 45, 45, 45, 50, 50, 50, 45, 55, and 55, 60, and now 63, 55, 65, and to get a 70, 170, 70, going to be 75, and 72 and a half, 72 and a half, 72, 50, and 70, 2 and a half here, sort of 170, cabinet smooth. Bless you. 135, and 35, you give out 35, 35, 35, 37, 37, 37, 40, and now 40, we get 2 and a half, good to be 2 and a half, we get 5, 45, 47 and a half, 47 and a half, 50, and now 50, we get 2 and a half, good to be 2 and a half, you get 5, and 55, 57 and a half, 57 and a half, 57 and a half, 60, and now 2 and a half, we get 2 and a half, you get 5, and you get 5, 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 you get 5 here, so 162 and a half, calf bull. One 35, and 35, you give out 35, 35, 35, 35, 40, and 35, you get 40, 35, you get 40, 35, you get 40, 35, 40, and 45, 45, 45, you get 45, you get 50, you get 52 and a half, good to be 2 and a half, you get 2 and a half, good to be 2 and a half, you get 2 and a half, you get 5, and 55, and 55 here, 57 and a half, 57 and a half, 7 and a half, 57 and a half, 6, 7, and 57 and a half, 7 and a half, 56, 7, and 59, 7 and a half, 7 and 7 and 7 and 7, good to be 7 here, so 156, calf bull. What is she? 5-year-old cow. She's 5 months bred. $1,000. 1,000, 1,100, and 10, 11, 10, 11, 10, 11, 1,200, 1,200, going to be 13, going to be 14, going to be 15, going to be 16, going to be 17, 1,700, and 17, 18, 18, 19, and 19, 18, 19, 18, 19, and 1,900, 18, going to be 19, half, 19, and 1,900, and 19, had 19 and a half, and 19 and a half, now 2,000, and 2,000, going to be 2,000, going to get 2,000, showtime, 1950. $125, 25, and 25, 25, 25, 27, 7, 7, going to be 27, going to be 27, going to be 27, 50, and 30, and 30, going to be 30, going to be 30, going to be 30, going to be 30, who bid here 30, and 25, 30, and 25, and 30, going to get 30, and 25, Jonathan, you bid 130, going to get 30, going to be 30, going to be 30 here, cabinets 125, thank you. GB. Crippled cow, daughter. 75.80 and 75.80 and 75 going to be 80 cents a pound. 75 going to be 85, 85, 85, 85, 85, 90, 95 and $95 going to be $105, going to be 105, going to be 105, going to be 105.10 and 110, going to be 110, going to be 110, going to be 10, going to be 110, 110 here, so 105 CavX. $10 years and 5 months, dollar. 105 and 105 here. Go to 105, 85, 85, 85, 85, 85, 105, 110, go to 110, 15, 20, 125, 125. Jonathan, you bid 125. You're going to be 30, 5, 40, 5, 145.
Ricardo, 140. Making me sneeze, Rob. Yeah. You done, Wendy?
What are you gonna do 3 weeks off? Playing golf?
I'm going to go to Oregon. Oregon. Oregon.
Help Josh to teach the kids to work with their feet.
Skiing. What are you going to do? Drag deads?
135 and 35. You give out 35, 35, 37, 37, 37, 37, 50 and 30. You get 7 to 40 and another 40. You get 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 42 and a half. You get 2 and a half. You get 5 and 45, 45, 45, 45, 45. Here's on 142 and a half. Chris 20. Hello.
Take her back home.
No, we're not in Jones. He's not Jones.
It was Matt Whitman.
We got a wheat project coming in.
Matt Whitman.
50 cents a pound. 55 and 55 here now 55 55 60 and now 5 70 we get 70 we get 5 group 80 we get 5 group 90 we get 5 100 ought to be 105 and 105 and 105 we get 5 we get 5 now 5 here 105 we get 5 here 105 we get $5 we get 5 here Chris $1.12.
I like them cows Chris bought them 3 and 4-year-olds. Put a bull on there. Bring them back this April, May. Yeah. No, yeah, 4 months. No, she sucked. wagons.
175. Yeah, 75 here. 75, 75, 75, 75, 75. Now 75. You get 75, 75, 75, 75. And 75 here. 75, 750. And 77 and a half. 77 and a half. 750. And 70, 70, 80. And now 83. 80. Going to be 1. 81 here. 81 here. 2. 82. 81. 82. 81 2. 81 2. 81 out of 2. Cabinet spool. 181. $1.50. $1.55, 50,000, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 50,000, 60, 55, 55, 55, 55, 2.5, and 62.50. Get 2.5 here, 5, 55, 55, 7.5, 7.5, 70, 70, now 2.5, going to be 2.5, you get 5, and 75, 750, and 77.5, 83, 80, going to be 80, going to be 80, going to be 8, 9, and down 9, 78, now 9, 80, and 9, 80, 81, 81, 81, 81, 81, 81, 81 here, 81 here, given bull 180 X. Next week. Just one more cow sale after this. We'll be done. $135 and 35. You go back 35, 35, 35, 37, 37, 37, 37, going to be 40. You get 2.5. Going to be 2.5. You get 5, 45, 750, and 50. You get 52.5. Going to be 2.5. You get 2.5. What about 1? 51, 2, and 52, 3, and 53. You get 3, and 52. Going to be 3, 4, and 54, 54, 5, 55, 55, 55. You get 5, 55. Say 5. You get 5, 4, 5, and 55. You get 5. You get 5. You get 5. You get 5. Here's on 154. Chris 20. $135 and 35. You go out 35, 35, 37, 37, 37, 50, and 30. You get 7, 40. You get 40. You get 2.5. Go to 2.5. You get 5, and 45, 45, 45, 45, 45 here, 45 there, 45, and 45, 750, and 47, 50. You get 50. Go to be 50. Both out 52.5. Go to be 2.5. 2.5. You get 5, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55. You get 5, and 55 here, 55 here, 55, 55, 55 here. Chris 152.5, 20. Nah, she ain't no 8.
I don't think she's saying she's like 1 year old.
But they did their 3. They
1 and 3.
all 3-year-olds. $1.50. $1.55. 55. You get 5, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55. $1.55. 60. Now 70. 170. Go to be 80. You get 90. Go to be 195. And 95. You get 2. Go to be 2. You get 2. Go to be 195. You get 2. Go to be 195. You get 2. Go to be 195. Go to be 2. 5. 205. 205. Bryce, you're out. 205. Huh? He can have them at $2. You want him, Bryce? $2. He said you can have him. Ricardo, your buddy, said you can have him at $2. 9. Preg him. Just make sure they're open. Thank you, Bryce. 125. Yeah, 25, and 25, 25, 27, and 27, and going to be 30. You get 2.5. You get 5, 37, and 37, and 37, 50 now, half here, 37, 50, and 40. Another 40. You get 42 and a half. Going to be 40. You get 2 and a half. Going to be 42 and a half, 5, and 45, 45, 45, 45, 45, 43, 5, and 45, and 43. You get 5, 47, and 45 now 7, and 7, and 7, and 45. Going to be 7 here, 45. Going to be 7, 46, 7, and 47, and 40 now 7, and 7, and 7, and 7, and 7, $8, and 47, 7, 7, 7, 7, going to be 40. Here we get 40. Here we get 40. Here we get 40. Hey, so 147 on Booker. Brian, what you out doing? Just passing through? Good. $135 and 35. You give out 35, 35, 35, 35, 37, 37, 37, 37, 50 and 30, 7, going to be 30, 7, going to be 35, 37, 37, 37, 50 and 37 and a half here, 40, another 40, 40, going to be 40, 40, going to be 40, 40, 40, 40 here, Booker, 137 and a half, 11. $55, 55, 55, 55, 57, 57, 57, 57, 7, 60, and down 2 and a half, to get 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 2 and a half, 1, 3, and down 3, to get 3, 62, 3, and down 2, to get 2, to get 61, 2, 3, to get 3, and 3, to get 3, 4, and down 3, 4, to get 4, to get 4, to get 3 and a half, 4 here, so 163 Booker. 163 on the big fat cow. Threes and 5-year-olds. $1.50. $1.55, and 55, and 57, 57, about 60, 2 and a half, and 2 and a half, to get 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 2 and a half, you get 5, as you get 5, and as you get 5, 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 7 and a half, 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 67, 50, and half 70, and 172 and a half, to be 70, to get 2 and a half, to be 70, to get 2 and a half, to be 72, 50, and 70, to get 2 and a half, to be 70, to get 2 and a half, to be 72 and a half, here's on 170, Chris, 10. Quick house, 75.80, and 75.80, and 75, good to be 80 down, 75, good to be 85, 85, 85, 90, to get 90, to get $5, a dollar bid, 105, to get 5, to get 5, to get 5, 105, and $100 here, good to be 105, to get 5, to get 5, to get 5, 10, good to be 110, good to be 110, 15, 110, 15, and 10, 15, and 110, good to be 15, good to be 110, 15, good to be 110, 15, 15, Terry, 110, 6. $125, I'll go. $125, 30, and 25, 27, 27, 50, now 30, and now 32 and a half, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, you get 5, 35, 37, 50, and 30, to get 7, going to be 40, to get 42 and a half, going to be 40, to get 2 and a half, 5, and 45, 47 and a half, 47 and a half, 47, 50, and now 50, to get 50, to get 50, to get 52 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, to get 250, and 52 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, to get 2 and a half, going to be 52 and a half here, calf, 150 on nothing, calf straight.
Yeah, too late last night.
Yes, sir. Right there, here, 110, 110, 10, 12 and a half, 110, 12 and a half, going to be 10 and 12 and a half, going to be 10, 12 and a half, 15, 17 and a half, going to be 122 and a half, going to be 22, 50, and 25, and 25, 25, 27 and 27 and 30, going to get 30, going to 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, 5, and 35, 37 and 37 and 40, another 42 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, going to get 2 and a half, you get 5, and 45, 45, 43, 45, 45, 45, 43, 45, 7, and 45, going to be 7 here, going to be 7, going to get 7, going to be 7 here, Booker, 145, 11.
Hey, Cole. Okay, these are them, aren't they?
4 months bred. 1,500. 15, 16, and 17, we get 17, going to be 18, we get 19, 2001, and 21, 2, and 22, 3, and 23, we get 3, going to be 23, we get 3, 4, going to be 23, we get 4, and 23, 400, and 24, and 24, and 24, 20. There's going to be a new Hertford King if you don't buy him. $2,300 Coy. Oh, George. New sheriff in town, Roy.
Yeah, gotta be 1 and 1. Hold on, Bob. They gotta be 1 and 1. 2 different.
George is in Orlando. He's not even here.
He don't know he bought them.
Oh, he don't know he got him yet.
They might be for sale. This is probably.
She is 6 months. Is that
5 months. 2,000, 2,100, and 21, and 21, and 21, 21, 21, 21, 21, 2,100, 100, 2, and 23, and 23, 23, now 4, and 23, going to be 23, 400, 23, 4, and 24, going to be 24, going to be 23, 400, KW, 2,300. Four months bred, 2,000. 2,100 and 21 and 2,100 2 and 22, 22, 22, 22, 2,200 and 21 going to be 200, going to be 2,200 here, going to be 2,200 KW, 2,100. One 35 and 35. You give out 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 40. We get 45. We get 45. We get 50. We get 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55. You get 5, 55, 60, and now 5. As you get 5, as you get 5, as you get 5, as you get 5, as you get 2 and a half, 5. As you get 5, as you get 5, as you get 5, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and 70, and 170. We get 70. You're going to be 70. We get 70. You're going to be 70, and now 70 here. You're going to be 70. We get 70 here. Booker 67 and a half. 5 years, and she's 5 months, 130. 135 and 35. You give out 35, 35, 35, 35, 40. We get 40. We get 5. We get 5. We get 50. We get 55, 55, 55, 65. As you get 5, as you get 5, 70, 170, 170. We're going to be 70. We get 70. Sold her 165 hand tone. 2.
have you do me a favor? I told this guy, he's got them freaking Wagyu.
Hey.
I didn't tell the guy I was going to come down and get him. But then I kind of forgot about it.
5-year-old, $1.50. $2 and open. $55 and 55 and 55. 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55 and 55 here. 55, 55, 55, 55. Sold 150. Chris 7X. 9 years and 5 months, 2000. 2100 and 21 and 2100 2 and 22 3 and 23 4 and 24 23 400 here Rab 2300.
How many we sold? 2 hours. Say, I'm gonna say 500. 450.
$1.50. $1.52 and a half, and 2 and a half, we get 2 and a half, good to be 2 and a half, we get 2 and a half, good to be 2 and a half, we get 2 and a half, you get 5, and 55, 57 and a half, 57 and a half, 60, and 2 and a half, we get 2 and a half, and 2 and a half, we get 2 and a 5, as you get 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 a 5, a 5 here, Booker, 162 and a half.
He said 417. Halfway done.
We've sold 350, we got 350 left. Halfway done. $155, and 55, 55, 57, 55, 57, 57, 57, 7, 60, and now 62 and a half, 2 and a half, you get 5, and you get 5, 750, and 67 and a half, here, Booker, 165. 7th inning stretch here, Kermit.
That's that cow. Hell, she got out. I'll be damned. It's her. That's the one that got down in the truck.
Dollar.
She's as is.
105.
As is, John.
You get her, she's yours. 105. 10. 115. 20. 5. 30. 5. 140. 5. 50. Sold 145 S5. 10 by 7. She got a bad spot. Got a bad neck. She got something messed up. Dollar. 105 and 105, we get 5, we get 5, 110, good 110, good 110, good 10, good 105, 110, 15, 110, 15, 115, 20, 120, 115, 20, 5, 30, 130. 125 to get 33, 35, and 35 to get 35, to get 35, to get 35, 35, 35 here, Cavanis, 130, nothing. You didn't see it? You didn't see her bone? Steer. Why is he in here? I don't know. $2. 210.20 and 220 30 we get 230 we get 240 we get 250 we get 260 you got 250 60 and 250 60 70 we get 270 you're going to be 70 we get 270 you're going to be 270. Bryce 260.
9. Yeah, he knows steer. Bryce don't mind putting heifers and steers together. They all taste the same.
YouTube need anything? Sir. John's losing customers because he was supposed to go pick the guy's cattle up.
They're Wagyus.
bring more? Oh, dollar pound. 110 and 110. Could be 110. Could be 110. But 10, 20. Could be 20. Could get 30. Could get 40. Could get 40. Could get 50. Could get 50. 40, 50. And 140, 50. A dollar 40. Could get 50. Could get 50. 10, 40. Could be 150. Could get 50 here. So 140. Ricardo. Did you bring more cattle, Michael? Just coming to watch. All right. It's not as fun as a pig sale, Michael. I said it's not as fun as the pig sale. Nine by five, she got a bad spot in her eye. Dollar. $1. $8 pound here, 105, it'll get 5, 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 105, 10, it'll be 110, but with 10, but with 10, 15, and 15, and 110, 15, here, 1, 10, and 15, it'll get 50, it'll get 50, and so on, 110, S1. One, and she's open. $2 a pound. 210.20 and 210.20. We get 210.20. Going to be 20. Going to be 20. Hand 30. We get 30. We get 40. We get 40. We get 50. Now 50. 60 and 250. 60 and 250. We get 260. 50. 60. 50. 60. We get 260. 70 and 270. 80. 90 and 280. 90 here. Bryce 280. 6. Bragger. Was she open? She was already open. Haynes 6. Two years and she's 7 months, guys. Look here. 2,000. 2,100 and 21 and 2,100. 21 outside one and 2,100. 100 now 2, 2, 3 and 23 to 3 and 23 to 3. Going to be 23 to 3. Going to be 23 to 300 half 3 and 23 50 and 23 and a half here. Half and a half. Going to be 23 and a half here. Chris 2,300 on 3. $5 years and 5 months, 2,000, 2,100, 21, and 2,100 here, 2,100, and 200, 200 about here, 23, and 23, we get 4, and 23, we get 4, and 23, we get 4, going to be 23, 4, and 23, 50, and 2,400, 24, 24, 24, 2,400 and a half, and 24 and a half here, half and a half, going to be 24, 50, and 24 and a half here, half and a half, going to be 24 and a half here, so 2,400, Chris 3. 3 years, she's 5 months. Oh. $0.50 a pound. 55 and 55, it is 60, it is 5, it is 70, it is 5, it is 80 now, 85, 85 and 90 and 93, 85 and 95 and $95 and dollar bid here, 105 here, good 110, good 110, bit of 10, good 110, bid 10 and 110, good 110, good 110, bit of 10, bit of 10, Terry bid 110, bit of 10, 10, sold 105, Chris 12. 3 years and 5 months, 2100 and 21 and 2100 and 21 and 21 203 and 23 we give over 23 we give forward 2500 and 2500 6 and 25 26 7 7 7 7 800 and 20 here could be 900 and 9 here 3 and 3000 and 3100 and 31 31 31 31 we get 31 we get 31 we get 31 2 and 32 and 3200 31 2 31 2 31 2 31 2 3200 and 3200 here 200 here MW 3100 on 5. $135 and 35. You give out 35, 37, 37, 37, 37, 50, and 40, and 40. We get 2.5. Going to be 45. We get 47, 50, 10, 2.5. Going to be 2.5. We get 2.5. 52, 50, and 52.5. Going to be 2.5. We get 2.5 here. Cabinet 150. 3. $10,600, 2,000. 2100 and 21 and 2100 100 2000 and 1 and 2100 10 by 6 here now 1750 17 and a half here 1750 18 1800 18 whole 17 and a half S7. Five-year-old, she is open. She's nice. $1.50. $1.55 and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, and 55 here, 60, and now 70, 175, and 75 here, 75, 75, 75, 75, 75, 75. So everybody got him, 175. Sold 170, Chris, 3X.
Does he know we're not supposed to sell him cattle? I guess not, huh? He never does.
175, yes, 75, 75, 75, 75 here, 75 there, 75, 75, 65, and 65, 75, 75, 75, 75, 75, 75, 750, and 67, good to be 70, and now 72 and a half, 72 and a half, good to be 72 and a half, good to be 72.50, 172 and a half, 71, 2, 3, 74, sold 173, Gibbon Bull. $1.55, and 55, and 55, you get 5, 55, 55, 55, 57, 55, 57, 57, 55, 57, 57, 50, and 57, 60, and 2 and a half, 2 and a half, yeah, Joe, 65, and 65, and 65, and here, Chris, 162 and a half, 10X.
calf right there.
$1.50. 155 and 55, 60 and 5 has a good 70, good 170, 170, 170, 170, 170 and 67 and a half, 70 and now 70, we get 2 and a half, 72 and a half, 72, 50 and 70, we get 2 and a half, good to be 70, we get 2 and a half here, Gibbon Bull 170.
Pretty good bull. Did he know anything? Did you tell him he got him? Yellow.
You got 185 with Gibbon.
87 and a half, 87, 50, 87 and a half, 87, 90, and 100, 90, 90, good 90, good 90, good 90, 990, and 100, 90, good 90, 93, 91, and 92, 92, 91, 2, 91, 2, 91, 2, and 92, good 2, 2, 3, 93, 92, 3, and 93, 3, 4, and 94, and 94, 94, 94, 93, 94, 5, and 95, 95, 95, 95 here, D-Bull, 194, D-Bull.
D-bull. D. Yeah.
75, here's 75, 5, 75 here, 75 here, 75 here, 750, and 77 and a half, 77 and a half here, bit of a half here, going to be 77 and a half here, going to be half here, going to be 7, how 80, and how 80, and how 80 there, Brad out 80 there, 80, going to be 82, now 1, 81, 2, 82, 83, 84, 85, 84, 5, 84 and 5, 86 Otter, 86 here, 85, 86 here, Cabinet's Bull, 185.
Do-do. 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 Do-do.
65, has a good 5, 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 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 750, and 67 and a half, 70, 70, going to be 2 and a half, 75, 75, 50, and now 80 here, 82 and a half here, 81, 2, 83, 84, 85 here, 85, 84, 85, 86, 86 out of here, 85, 86 here, Cabinet's Bull, 185.
Like the cheeseburgers there, Antone.
$1.50. $1.55 and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 57, 57, 57, 57, 50, and 57 and a half, 60, and down 2 and a half, 2 and a half, bit of a half here, and 5, and 5, has a good 5, 7 and a half, 70, going to be 70, 70, bit 70, $1.70 here, going to be 70, 70, going to be 70, 70 here, Cabinet's 167.50, boo. $65, has a good 5, has a good 5, has a good 5, has a good 5, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 750, and 67 and a half, going to be 7 and a half, going to be 7 and a half, going to be 70, and now 72 and a half, 72 and a half, 5, and 77 and a half, 77 and a half, now 80, and now 80 there, 80, going to be 80, you give 82 and a half, 82 and a half here, 80, going to get 2 and a half, going to be 80, going to get 2 and a half here, sort of $1.80, Gibbon Bull. 65, and a good five, has a good five, 7 and a half, 70, 172 and a half, 75, 750 now, 83, good to hit, give 80, and now 82 and a half, good to 2 and a half, 5, 85, 87 and a half, 87 and a half, 90, good to 192 and a half, good to 91, and 91, 91, we get 91, we get 91, we get 91, 91, so 190, Cabinets Bull X.
How does show steer look like him? Just like that. Purple? No.
Big ass.
Yeah, that was 25 years ago.
They were all purple.
He wasn't.
Mine shows yours look like this.
$2. 210 and 210, better 210, 20, 220, 30, 230, 40, we get 40, 50, we get 240, 50, and 240, 50, and 240, we get 50, we get 50, 240, we get 50, we get 50, and half 50 here, S, 240, 11X. I don't know about him, dollar.
Yes.
I got it. 105, 10, 15, 20, 125, 30, 35, 40, 140. Chris, 135, 14. $65, has a good five, 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 has a good now five, 65, has a good five, 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 55, and 55, 55, 55, 45, and 45, 47, and 50, and 52 and a half, you get 2 and a half, good to 2 and a half, you get 5, and 55, 57, and 57, and 57, and 60, and now 63, 57, and good to be 60, Brad Jowl, 62 and a half, good to be 2 and a half, 5, has a good five, 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 here, sort of 162 and a half, Cabinets Bull.
And I told her I said that. So I'll do it for 250. Everybody, me and you, and she will all get 250. And she goes, you're gonna come up here and look at $350. You're gonna charge like $1,500. I was like,
Maybe they'll tip you.
can't get too bad of shape because I got to do a whole smoke the very next day.
Tell her you have that problem sometimes.
185, 185, 85, 87, good to be 90, we get 92 and a half, 95, 95, 95, 750, 97, and now 2 and $2, and 97, good to be 2, we get 2, good to be 2, good to be 2, we get 2, good to be 2, good to be 2, good to be 2, good to be 2. Cabinets Bull, 197.50.
Watch him.
Mr. Robert, I didn't want to get you hurt buying that bull. Got a lot of try. Mm-hmm. $175, yes, 75, 75, 75, 75, 75, 75, 75, 75, you get 5, 75, you get 5, 75, you get 5, 75 and 5, 65, and 67 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, sound 70, and 70, you get 2 and a half, good to be 70, you get 2 and a half, 5, and 75 here, 75 there, 73, 5, and 75 here, 75, 73, souls, 173, Gibbon Bull. Got a little ouchie underneath. 150. 150 and 55 and 55 here 55 55 55 55 and 55 here 65 and now 70 170 170 and now 70 70 both that guys 170 170 570 175 180 175 give 80 and 75 give 80 there 80 give 80 there so 175 Chris 9. You'll run mine last.
What you got? 4 cows and 2 pairs. JC cattle. Clay. He said, we don't know where they're at and they haven't been worked yet. I said, wonderful. Huh?
What? Oh, yeah? You get hurt?
Is it supposed to get cold again? Not- What is today? 6. Oh, it's gonna be nice. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, somewhat, and Saturday, Sunday gets cold again.
And 35 you get 40 and 35 40 40 you get 45 and 45 you get 50 you get 55 55 55 60 and 55 60 35 60 55 going to be 60 60 you got Rob. Yep. You want to bid? Sold 155 cab boot.
Hello?
Older cow, she's 4 months bred. 135. 135 40 and 35 it get 40 35 it get 40 35 it get 40 35 it get 40 35 40 and 35 40 it get 40 it get 45 45 50 it get 55 and 55 60 and 55 60 there going to be 60 here going to be 60 so 155 Chris 16x.
Mockingbird, 17 cow, no shot.
Which Muggenberg?
Old and 4. 135 and 35 you get about 35 40 you get 40 35 40 you get 40 35 40 and 40 35 you get 40 you get 40 you get 40 so 135 S7 a little quicker. You know when it gets to be about this time of day you better bid a little quicker. Big boy coming. You got that $2, Rob? He's got it. 2.5. 202.5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 208. Canvas 207 bull.
I bet I can go ahead and write that one.
Don't.
You ain't topping that. You ain't had one that high in 2 months.
I know it.
65. As it get about, as it get about, as it get about, as it get about 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 750, and half 7.5, 70, 70, not 2.5, 75, 75, 50, and 77, going to be 83, 1, 81, 81, 2, 83, 84, 85, 86, 86, 7, 87, 89, 89, 89, 90, and 90, 191, 91, 91, 2, 92, 93, and 93, 4, and 93, 4, 93, 4, 5, and 95, 6, and 95, going to be 6 here, 195, going to be 6 here, so 195, Cavernous Bull. Older cows 4 and 5 months. Four to 6 months.
Who you got?
Castellani, they'll be nice. The calves will be nice. 2,000. 4 to 6 months. 2,000. 2,100. And 21. And 2,100. 21. Yes, sir. 2,100. And 21. And 2,100. 22. 22. Half. 2. Half. And 2.5. Together. 3. Had a half. 350. And 23. Had a half. And going to be 23.50. And 23. Had a half. 4. And 24. And had 24. 24. 24. Here. So about 23.50. Chris 16X. $1.52.5. 50, 2.5, going to be 2.5, 2.5, going to be 2.5, you get 5, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, now 5, 55, 57, 57, about 60, and now 60, 2.5, and 2.5, you get 5, now you get 5, now 5, and 60, $5, you get 5, you get $5 here, S, 162.5, 21.
What's that guy's name right there walking in? He's here every week.
$135 and 35. You can 35, 37, 37, 37, 37, 50 and 30. 7, going to be 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, half 40. $1.40. You get 2 going to be 2 you get 5 and 45, 47, 47, 50. 50, down 2 going to be 9 now 9, 48, 9 and down 9 going to be 9, 50. $1.50 down 1 and 50, 51 here. 51, 51, 51, 51. You go on 51 and 51 $1 here. We go on here. So 150 Cavernous. Where are you going, Jared? Home. Lunch. Where's Colson? School. What's that one's name? Callan? I'll forget his name. 6 and 7 months. 8 to 10 years old, they're heavy bred calves. They're going to be 5, 7 months bred. They're 2,100 and 21 and 2,100 2,100 and 21 and 2,100 1750 and 17 and a half 17 and a half 17 and a half 1750 and 17 and a half going to be 17 and a half here 1,500 and 15 and a half and 15 and a half here 1,600 and a half and 16 and a half here going to be 1,650 and 16 and a half here half here half here, so about 1,600, Chris. 17X. $10 by 5 and 10 by 7 plus gas right there, 2,100. 21, 2,100, 2,200, 10, 22, 22, 22, 2,200, and 21, 2, and 22, going to be 2,200, and 3, and 22, 50, and 20, to get 2 and a half, going to be 20, to get 2 and a half, 23, to get 3, and 23, to get 3, and 23, to get 3, going to be 2,300, and 23, and 23, 50, and 23 and a half, 4, and 24, going to be 24, going to be 24, going to be 24, going to be 2,400, and 2,400 about here, 2,400, 2,400 here, so about 23.50, Cavernous 5.
Should have weighed them. do.
These cows bred are open. Tested one way. $52.5. F50, we get 2.5. Group 2.5. We get 2.5. Group 2.5. You get 2.5. 55, 55, 55, 55, 55. And 55 here. Now 55. You get 5. 55, 55, 55, 55, 55. Sold. 152.5. Chris 22. Pregham. $55 and 55, 55, 55, 55, 57, 57, 57, 57, 50, and 57, 57, and a half, 7 and a half, 60, we get 60, down to a half, good to 2 and a half, you get 5, and you get 5, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 70, and now 70, we get 2 and a half, good to 72 and a half, 5, and 75 here, 75, 75, 75, 75, $5, 75, down 5 here, sold 172.50, Gibbon Bulex.
Hello? Yes. Okay.
Hello, Mr. Henderson. How are you, sir?
Okay.
135. 135, 40, and 35, we get 40, we get 5, we get 5, we get 50, we get 5, 55, 55, 55, 55, 50, now 5, and 55, 60, and now 60 there, going to be 60 prob here, now 60, now 60, 55, 60, and 55, now 60, and 55, we get 60, here, 55, going to be 60, here, cabinets, 155, Bulex. It's not weighing. Screens aren't working.
Might tell,
It hasn't.
might tell.
Okay.
She was using words.
Weighs 1945. 165. As a good 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 as 7 and a half, 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 750. As 67 and a half, 70, 172 and a half, 75, and 75, 750, 77 and a half, 80, and how 80 there, 80, good 80, you give 80 there, 80 here, so 177 and a half. Chris 10X. Weighs 1705. Dollar. 105 and 105, we get 5, 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 105, 105, 105, 110, going to be 110, 115, 120, and 25, 20 there, going to be 20, 20, 125, 25, 25, 25, and 25, we get 30, 125, we get 30, 25, 35, and 35, 40, we get 40, we get 40, and 35, 40, and 5, and 45, 50, we get 50, we get 50, we get 50, 145, we get 50, we get 50, sold 145, Bulex. Cabinets, Bulex. Cow sale. Something like that. Yeah.
Yep. So the 15th.
One and open. $2. 210, and 210, 210, 20, and 210, 20, 210, 20, she weighs 1060. 220, 30, 230, 40, 50, 260, 260. Yeah, Bryce. 270. 260, Bryce, 9.
Don't have the weight, but it's back up there.
She was already open. No, Hoyne's 9. Trust me.
What is her story? 10 by 5. 10 by 5. She's one of them Wolf brothers. Daughter 20. 125. Yeah, 25, and 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 30, 30, 30, 35, 35, 35, 40, 40, 45, 45, 55, and 55, and 55, 55, 55, 55, and 55, 55, 55, yeah, 55, 7.5, 5, 2.5, 5, daughter 55, 60, 5, 70, 5, 175, sold her 170 S7.
You learn him how to do that?
3 years and she's 7 months. $1,000, 10, 1100, and 10, 11, you get 10, 11, 10, 10, 11, 12, 100, 1200, 13, you get 1300, you get 1400, 1500, 1600, and 17, and 17, you get 17, now 17, you get 17, you're going to be 16, 17, and 17, now 17, but it was 17, you get 17, you're going to be 17, you're going to be 100. Sold her 1600, Ricardo.
You got what? Got a rhino?
Rhino on wheat. $125, you 25, and 25, 25, 25, 20, 27, 50, and 7, and a half, 7, 30, you get 30, and 2, and a half, 2, and a half, you get 5, 37, and 37, and 37, and 37, 50, and 37, and a half, 40, you get 40, you get 45, 45, 45, 50, and 55, 55, 55, 60, and down 60 there, 5, going to be 60 here, Kyle, 155, 22.
Is there anything up there now?
All good? Thank you, Kelsey.
Good work.
$1.50. $1.55, and 55, and 55, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 60, and now 60, 65, and 65, 65, 65, 65, 65, 65, 65, now 5, now 70, and now 75, and 75 here, 75, 75, 75, 75, sold 170 S11X.
We sold 360.
Oh, $1.50. $1.55, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, $1.55, and 55 here, 60, 5, and get a 70, 5, and 2 and a half, 70, now 2 and a half, now 72 and a half, 5, and 75, 50, and 77, going to be 80 there, 80, going to be 80, 180, $1.80 there, 80, going to be 80 here, sort of $1.77.50, Caboo. $135, and 35, you get 35, 35, 40, 35, 40, 35, 40, 45, you get 45, 45, 45, 45, 45, 45, 45, 50, now 5, and 55, and 55, you get 55, 55, 2 and a half, 5, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, you get 5, 55, you get 5 here, S, 152 and a half, 5. 65. Has a good five. 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 Now five. Has a good five. 65 now. 5 here. $1.40. 140. Now 5. 50. 5. 55. I wouldn't call it bad. Sure. Hold your gate. I got 50 with Joe. We're going to be 155. $60. 160. D. Boo, 155. Dollar pound, 105, and 105, 105, and 105 here, good 105, now 5 here, 75, 80, 75, good 80, 75, good 85, 85, 85, 85, 90, and 90, 90, good 90, good 85, 90, 5, $95, 5, 105, Terry, you're out, 105, 105, 10, 15, sold 110, and tone, straight. $1.50. 152 and a half, and 50, even get 2 and a half, gonna be 50, even get 2 and a half, gonna be 50, even get 2 and a half, gonna be 50, even get 2 and a half, gonna be 2 and a half, 5, and 55, 57 and a half, 57 and a half, 57 and a half, 57, 50, 60, and 2 and a half, even get 2 and a half, gonna be 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 2 and a half, sold 160, Chris 20. How many calves more? 5,000? Yeah.
2,000. Maybe.
A lot of them, yeah. There'll be more than you think. Healthier?
Yeah. Probably.
Little 8-year-old cow, $1.50. $1.55, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 60, 5, and 5 here, cow, 160, 21. Daughter, 105, and 105 here, good to 105, good to 5, good to 5, and 10, good to 10, good to 15, good to 20, good to 5, good to 30, good to 30, 125, good to 30, and 5, and 35, 40, good to 40, and 35, 40, 40, 40, got Rob 40, and 35, 40, good to 45, and 45, 45, 50, good to 50, good to 50, good to 50, now 5, and 55, 55, 55, 2.5, 5, and 55, 55, 55, 55, sold, 52 and a half, Cavness. Cody, warming up outside yet? A little bit? Daughter, 105, and 105, 105, and 10 here, going to be 110, 15, 20, 120, 120, 120, and 20, 20 there, going to be 20, going to be 20, going to be 20, going to be 20, going to be 20 here, sold 115, Cavness. 35 and 35. You give out 35, 35, 35, 37 to van, 37 to van, 37 to van, 37 to van, 37 to van. Going to be 37, 50, 40, and 40. You get 2 and a half. Going to be 2 and a half. You get 5 and 47 to hand, 47 to van, 47 to van, 50 to hand, 50. You get 52 and a half. Going to be 2 and a half, 5 and 55 and 57 to van, 57 to van, 57 to van, 60 and 2 and a half. You get 2 and a half. Going to be 2 and a half. Going to be 2 and a half. Here, so 160. Chris 20. Nine-year-old cow, 120. 125, you get 25, and 25, 30, we get 30, we get 30, we get 5, going to be 35, 40, we get 40, we get 45, 145, 50, 155, now 60, 155, 60, now 5, now 70, now 5, 180, 180. So it's 175, Chris, 16. Dollar, 105, and 105, we get 5, 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 105, and 10, going to be 110, 15, 20, and 25, 25, 25, 25 here, 5 here, so it's 120 cabinets. We were on a roll there for a minute. Roll, 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 roll. Two years and she's open poet are they here 200 210 20 and 210 20 and 210 20 we get 210 20 we get 210 20 go to 210 20 and 210 20 210 20 210 20 Bryce 210 9
Now 6.
Four years old, she's 3 months bred 2000 2100 and 21 and 2100 21 2100 and 22 and 23 we get 3 and 23 we get 4 and 24 we get 5 and 2500 600 and 27 and 7 and 7 and 7 and 7 and 7 and 7 26 7 800 and 28 and 9 and 9 half 9 2900 and 9 going to be 29 going to be 29 going to be 29 going to be 29 we get 9 sold 2850 MW5. Oh, she got a little skunk bit. Dollar. 105 and 105 here. Good to be 105. We get 5. 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 105 and 105 here. Good to be 10. Good to be 110 now. 15, 20 now 5. We get 30. We get 30. We get 5. 40. Another 40. We get 40. 35. 45 and 45. 45. 45. We get 5. 45. We get 5. 45. We get 5 here. Cabinets 140. One 35 and 35. You go out 35, 35, 35, 35, 37 to van, 37 to van, 37 to van, 37 50 and 30. We get 7 to van. Going to be 30. We get 7 to van. Going to be 35, 37 50 and a half here. Going to be 37 and a half here. Forward. You give half. So it's 135. Chris 20. But she's a gentle cow. Yep.
Still lots.
52 and a half, and 50, we get 2 and a half, 2 and a half, you get 2 and a half, 55, 57 and a half, 57 and a half, 57 and a half, 60, and down 2 and a half, down 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 62 and a half, 5, and Ziggy 5, and Ziggy 5, Ziggy 5, Ziggy 5, Ziggy 5, Ziggy 5, Ziggy 5 here, Booker, 162 and a half. 125, and 25, and 25, 25, 25, 30, 25, 30, 25, 30, 25, 35, and 35, 45, 45, 45, here, 45, 45, you get 5, and 45, 50, and 50, 50, 47, 50, and 50, 50, 50, 50, 50, 50, 50, here, cabinets, 147 and a half. $125, 25, and 25, 25, 25, 25, and 30, 25, 30, 35, 35, 40, 45, 45, 50, and 45, 50, 45, 50, and 5, and 55, 60, there 5, and 65, 70, going to be 170, now 70, here's on 165, Kyle 21. 200 now. Where's mine? Got him here at 9 o'clock yesterday morning. Last ones to sell today. That's about right. Seven years and 7 months. She's got long toes. 125, 35, 45, 55, 155. Sold 150. Ricardo. You got a long toe fetish. Your wife got long toes? Yeah. Oh, to each his own. Daughter, 105, and 105, 105, 105, and 110, going to be 110, going to be 110, 15, and 20, 5, and 30, 35, and 35, 35, 35, 35, 5, and 35, 35, 35, 35, here, sold 130, Booker, 11. Lewis Hall, you going to do anything today? I don't, huh? You haven't, have you? We still got 250, so you'll be all right. 1 by 6, $1,000. 10, 1100, 10, 1100, 10, 1100, 10, 1100, 12, and 12, 13, 13, 14, 1500, and 14, 15, and 1500, 15, 15, 15, 15, 1500, by 3, 15, 15, sold her 1400, Ricardo. $125, 25, and 25, 25, 25, 25, 25 here, 100, 125, 25, 25, 25, 25, 25 here, daughter bid, 105, 55, and 10, 15, and 20, and 5, and 25, 25, 25, and 25, 5 here, sold 120, Chris, 13. $1, 105, and 105, 55, 55, 55, 55, 105, outside 5 here, going to be 105 here, now 5, 55, 105, going to be 105, 10, going to be 110, 15, and 15, and 110, 115, Joe, 115, and 110, 115, 15, and 15 here, sold 110, Chris, 12. Yeah, 250 singles. Daughter, 105, and daughter 5, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 110, going to be 110, 15, 20, 55, going to be 30, 55, now 40, and 35, 40, and 35, 40, 40, 40, now 40 here, Booker, 135, 11. Daughter, 105, and 105 here, go to 105, 55, 55, 55, 55 here, 110, go to 110, 15, 115, 20, and 25 here, 25, 25, 30, 30, and 25, 30, and 25, 30, go to 30, 30, go to 30 here, cabinets, 125. 3 years old. She's 6 months bred. 1,500. 15. Had a hand. She's crippled. She sure is. $1.50. Dollar. 110, 20, 30, 40, 50. $1.40, 50. You been Roy? Sold 140 and tone. Straight. Huh? You believe them if they tell you? Dig a new hole. Yes, sir. 52 and a half. 50, 52 and a half. Good to be 2 and a half. 52 and a half. Good to be 2 and a half. 2 and a half, 5. 55, 57 and a half. 57 and a half. 60. $1.60 and a half. Good to be 2 and a half. 52 and a half, 5. And 65, 65, 7 and a half. 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 Here, S. 165, 5. Eight years and 4 months. 135. 135, and 35, 35, 35, 40, 40, 40, 35, 45 here, 45, 50, 50, and half 5, and 55, 60, $1.55, 60 here, 5, going to be 60, 5, going to be 60 here, Chris, 155, 20. $1. 105 and 105 here. Good 105. We get 10, 115, 120, 125, 25, 30. We get 30. We get 30. 125. We get 30 and 5 and 35, 35, 35, 35, 40. Another 40, 40. We get 40, 35, 45 and 45. Top row you're at 45. 2.5, 5 and 45, 47, 5, 47, 5, 47, 5, 47 and a half, 50 and half 50. We get 50. We get 50. We get 50. We get 50 here. Canvas 147 and a half. X. 52 and a half, 52 and a half, 52 and a half, good to be 2 and a half, 52 and a half, good to be 2 and a half, 5, and 55, 57 and a half, 57 and a half, 60, and 2 and a half, 52 and a half, good to be 2 and a half, 52 and a half, good to be 2 and a half, good to be 2 and a half, S5, 160. Did you get it, Lynn? Seven, 10 by 5. 10 by, yeah.
10, 7.
2,000. 2,100 and 2,100 here, 2,100 here, 100 here, now 1 and 21 and 2,100 here, S 2,000. 7. $1.50. 2.5. 52.50 and 50, 2.5, 55 and 55, 55, 57, 57, 60 and 2.5, 2.5, 5, 65, 65, 65, 7.5, 7.5, 70, now 72.5, 72.5, 5 and 75 here, 75, 75, 75, 75, 75, 75 and 75 here, so 172.5. Gibbon 1. One and open. 210. 210 20 and 210 20 we get 210 20 going to be 210 20 going to be 210 20 and 210 20 30 we get 30 we get 40 we get 40 we get 50 250 250 260 and 250 gives 60 here Bryce 250 on 9.
Bacon's going 9.
Four years and she's 5 months bred. Nice cow. 2100. 21, 21, 21, 21, 21, 2100, 100, 21, 21, 21, 21, 202, and 22, and 22, 3, and 21, going to be 203, and 23, we get 4, and 24, 23, 4, 5, and 25, 6, and 25, going to be 600, 5, going to be 2600 online you're at, 2600, and 26, and 25, going to be 2600, 25, going to be 2600, 5, going to be 6, Chris 3, 2500. 135, and 35, you get 5, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, you get 5 here, 37.50, you get 37 and a half here, 37 and a half here, 40, you get 42 and a half, go to 2 and a half, you get 5, and 45, 45, 45 here, 5, 5, 5 here, 45, and 45 here, 5, you get 5 here, Scavenus, 140, 2 and a half. Two-year-old, she's got a what? Just a little bit of a bump, not bad at all. $2. 210. Bryce, $2, 9. Perfect. Nine by 2, 35, and 35, you give out 35, 35, 40, and 35, and 40, 35, you give 40, 35, 40, 35, 40, 35, 45, 45, 45, 50, and 45, you get 50, and 45, you get 50, you get 45, you get 55, 55, 55, you get 5, 55, 55, 55, 55, top row, yeah, 55, and 50, 60, $1.65, as you get 5, 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 here, 9 by 2, 160, I think. 5 by 2. Thought it was 9 by 2. $1.60. 5. 70. 80. Sold her 170. Chris 3. Mexican 9s and 5s sound the same. $1. $5 and 105, we get 5, 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 105, 105, 105, 110, good to be 110, but 10, 15, 110, 15, 20, and 21, 21, 21, 21, 29, 20, 25, and 25, and 25 here, 5 here, so 120 Quebecs.
Who's not good? Yes, I don't like her either.
$1.52 and a half, and 50, we get 2 and a half, good to be 2 and a half, we get 2 and a half, good to be 2 and a half, we get 50, we get 50, we get 50, we get 50, we get 2 and a half, good to be 2 and a half, good to be 2 and a half, Booker, 150. 125, and 25, and 25, 25, 25, 27, and 27, 50, and 20, 7, and going to be 20, now 7, and going to be 20, 7, and 27, 50, and 30, and 30, 2, and going to be 2, and you get 5, and 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 37, and 37, and 40, and 40, and 42, and going to be 40, 2, and 42, 50, and 40, 2, and here, 2, and you get 5, and 45, you get 5, Booker, 140, 2 and a half, 11. 7-year-old here, 35, 35, and 35, 35, 35, 35, half, and 35, 37, and a half here, 37, and a half here, half and a half, 40, and 40, 40, and 40 here, 40, and 2 and a half, 42, 55, and 45, 45, 45, 45, you get 5, and 45, 45, 50, and $45, you get 50, you get 50, you get 50, and 50, and 5, and 55, 60, and $60, here, going to be 60, cow, 155, 22. 3 years old, $1.50. She's got an X. Is that 0460? Yep.
She's tore behind.
She's messed up inside, so she's probably non-breedable, but she will feed. You give $1.50, $1.60, $1.50, $1.60. Man, down there. You got her $1.50. Oh, $1.55. Got him at 50. Going to be $1.55, 60. Gotcha. $1.55 S. 21. That's all right. 125, 25, and 25, 25, 25, 30, and 25, 30, and 25, 35, 35, 35, 40, 45, 45, 45, 42 and a half, 42, 50 and a half, 42 and a half, 42 and a half, 5, 145, 145, cabinets, 140, 2 and a half. We got any bundles today? Blah, 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 blah. $0.50 a pound. 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 60, and now 60, half 5, and 5 here, 65, and now 5 here, 5, and 5 here, that's 1, 60. Yeah, I don't know, $1, 110, plugged up, 120, 130. What about 125, 30? 135, 135, 40, 140. I'm a Troy, 135, 40, 45. So at 140, Booker. Hi, Mark. Carson. Smart ass nephew. Bottle 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55 here, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55 here, now sold 150 S6. Say it again. Oh, some bundles.
You got a lot of weed or what?
John Burge. 5 to 7 months or 10 years old. They're all going to go. 135. 135, 40, at 35, it'll give 40, 35, now 40, now 35, 40, at 35, it'll give 40, 135, it'll give 40, 35, it'll give 40, 35, it'll give 40, 35, it'll give 40, now 47 and a half, 40. Now 40, Joe. 142 and a half, 142 and a half. S, 140, 7X, just 7. Hi, Matthew.
Put an X on it.
X, 7X. Daughter, 105, and 105 here. Good 105, it'll give 5, 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 110, 115, 20, and 21, 21, 21, 21, 20, 17 and a half, 20, and 22 and a half, going to be 20, and that 2 and a half, going to be 20, and 2 and a half, 5, and 25, 27, 50, and 20, it'll give 7 and a half here, 27 and a half here, Cabinet 125. One 35, and 35, you give out 35, 35, 37, 37, 37, 37, 50, and 37, 40, you get 42 and a half, go to 2 and a half, you get 5, and 45, 45, 45, 45, 45, 45, 45, 45, 750, and 47 and a half, here, half and a half, 47, 50, and 40, you get 7 and a half, go to 40, you get 7 and a half, here, yeah, Chris here, 47 and a half, here, so 145, Booker, 11. $75, yes, 75 here, 75, 80, and 75, could be 85, 85, 85, 85, 85, 85 here, 85, could be 90, could be 95, 95, 95, 95, 95, 95, 95 dollar, and dollar 5 here, 105, it'll get 5, it'll get 5, 10, could be 110, could be 105, could be 110, 15, and 110, 15, 110, 15, 10, and 12 and a half, 15, 17 and a half, now 20, 2 and a half, 122 and a half, tear you out, 122 and a half, sold 120. Antone, straight. All gonna go 50 cents a pound. 55, and 55, you get 5, 55, 55, 55, 55, 60, you get 65, and now 70, you get 70, you get 5, going to be 80, you're going to be 85, 85, 90, and 93, you're going to be 85, 95, and $95, and dollar pound, going to be 105, going to be 105, 10, going to be 110, but 10, going to be 110, but 10, going to be 110, 15, 110, 115, Cavaness, 110, X. Hello, Carson Dale, how are you? Is that better? 152 and a half, and 50, we get 2 and a half, group 50, we get 2 and a half, 52 and a half, 52 and a half, 52, 50, and 52 and a half, here, 2 and a half, we get 2 and a half, group 2 and a half, group 2 and a half, here, now 5, now 55. 55, Joe, and 55, and 57 and a half, 57 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 57 and a half, and 57 and a half, here, that's 155, 5. 9.
numbers in pokey.
One 52 and a half, and 50, 50, 50, 50, 50, 50, 50, 50, 52 and a half, 52 and a half, 52 and a half, 5, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, jigger 5, and 55, 55, 57 and a half, 57 and a half, 57, 50, and 57 and a half here, 60, and half, 62 and a half, 52 and a half, good bit of 2 and a half, good bit 2 and a half, 62 and a half here, Booker, 160. Two 5-year-olds, $1.50. $1.55, and 55 here, 55, 55, $1.55, and 55 here, 55, 55, 55, 35, 40, and 35, 40, 35, 40, 35, 40, 35, 40, and 35, 40, 40, 40, 40, 40, here, so 135, Chris. Sure. Gate. The one outside is going to go to 3X on the one outside. Put her on straight. It's a good thing my appointment got canceled today. Probably. $300. I don't know. How many we got left? I'm asking. Dollar bid. 105 and 105 here. Good to 105, 105, outside 10 and 110, 15 and 23, 125 here, 25 there, 25, 25, 30 and 25, 30, 25, 30, 25, 30, 25, good to 30, 30 and 25, 30 here. Cabinets 125.
148.
150.
About 150 left. See you, Michael. A lot of these guys didn't feed their cows this year, did they? $10. $5 and 105 here. Good to 105, 105 here. 75. Now 80. 75. Give 80. Now 5. 85. Get 95. $1 and $5. Good to 105. 10. Good to be 110. Good to be 10. Good to be 110. Good to be 10. Good to be 110. 15. 20. 125. 30. 5. 135. 135. Give out Joe Yacht. 135. 135. 2.5. 5. 135. To get 5. Cabinets. 130. 2.5. 135 and 35. You give out 35, 35, 35, 35, 37 and a half, 37 and a half here, half here. 10-year-olds are 4 and 5 months. 130, 750 and 37.50 and half 40. You get 2 and a half. Go to 2 and a half. You get 5 and 47 and a half here. 50. You get 50. You get 52 and a half. Go to 52.50 and 2 and a half. You get 5 and 55, 55, 7 and a half, 57 and a half, 57 and a half, 57.50 and half 60. You get 60 here, 160. You get 60 here, $60 here. Cabinets 157.50. How many cows are going to sell today? 1,000? Do we have 1,000? One-year-olds, are they open? 1 and 2s. $2. 210. 210 and 210, bit of a 210, 210, 20 and 210, 20, 30, we get 230, 40, we get 235, 40 and 240, we get 240, 240, 230, 40, 50 and 245 and 45, 50 and 250, we get 50, 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 we get 50 here. So about 245, Bryce 9, Pregham. I can see here 35 and 35, you get 5 and 35 and 35, 35, 35, 35, 37 and 35, 37 and 37 and 37 and 37 and 37, 50 and 37 and going to be 37 and going to be 37 and 40 and then 40, we get 40 and 40, we get 40, going to be 40. Huh? Real bad. Now we can't even get two together, or can we? Sell the Black Baldy. 135, 140, 5, 50. 5. Sold 150, Chris. 20. Put her on 10. 10. Bad-eyed cat. $1. Strawberry-eyed. 110. 20. 30. 5. 135. D 130. 0. Daughter, 105, and 105 here, go to 105, it get 5, it get 5, it get 5, it get 5, you get 5 here, 105, it get 5, 110, go to 110, bit of a 10, 15, 120, and 25, 25, 25, 25, it get 30, and 25, it get 30, 25, it get 30, 25, it get 35, and 35 here, go to 5, it get 35, it get 35, 40, and daughter 7, 50, 40, and then 40, it get 40, it get 40, it get 40 here, go to cabinets, 130, 7.5. $1.50. $1.55 and 55 here, 55, 55, 55, who get 50 now 5 and 55 here, 55 now 60 and 55, 60 here, 5, going to be 60 here, Ricardo 155.
I've been there.
Six and 7 years old. They are 4 and 5 months bred. Pretty nice cows. 1,500. 15 and a half, 15 and a half here, half here, half and a half here, going to be 1,600 and 1,650 and a half, 17, 17 and a half, 17 and a half, going to be 1,800 and a half, 18 and a half, going to be 1,900 and 19, bit of a 19, bit of 1,950 and 19 and a half, now 2 and 2,000, bit of 2,000, bit of 2050 and 20 and a half here, half and a half, going to be 20 and a half, going to be 2050, now 1 and 2150 and 2150 and 20 and a half, now 2 and 22 and a half. Here, half 3, 3, and 22, 53, and 23, 3, and 23, 3, go to 23, 3, and 23, 3, sort of at 22, 50, Yost. Roll Tide, 65, has a good 5, has a good 5, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 750, and half 70, and half 70, we get 2 and a half, 72 and a half, 75, and 75, 75, 750, and 77 and a half, now 80, and now 83, 2 and a half here, 81, 3, 83, 85 here, 83, 85, 85 here, 83, 85, 83, 85 here, given bull, 183. 65, and 65, has a good 750, and 67, had a 70, 72 and a half, 72 and a half, 72, 50, and 70, 2 and a half, going to be 70, 2 and a half, going to be 70, 2 and a half. So 170, Gibbon Bull. $135 and 35. You give out 35, 35, 37 of 37 of 37 of 37 of 37.50 and now 40. You get 40. Group of 2 and a half. You give out 47 of 47.50 now 50 and 50. You get 50. You get 50. You get 52 and a half. Group of 2 and a half now 5 and 55 here. 55 here. You get 5. You get 5. You get 5. You get 5 here. Chris 152 and a half. 20. Oh man, my hips are killing me. 10 years old, and they're what? 4 and 5 months. $1.20. 125. 25. 25. 25. 25. 25 here. 5 here. Going to be 125. 30 and 25. 30 and 25. You get 30 here. 25. You get 35 here. 35. 35. 35. You get 5 and 35. 40. You get 40. You get 40. Now 5 and 45 here. 40. You get 5. 45 here. 40. You get 5. 40. You get 5 here. Sort of 140. Ricardo. Yeah, I bet you would. How old's that cow? 6 years old? Yeah. We gotta split them. 10,000. That's what? Well, we'll just have an auction. You said you got 3,000? 32 and a half. 3,500. 37 and a half. 4,000. 42 and a half. 4,500. 47 and a half. 47 and a half. You get 5,000. 5,000. 5,000, able to get 5,000, able to get 5, and 5,000, able to get 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 5 here. Solder, 47 and a half, Chris. Huh?
Straight away.
25.
No. I will not.
No, because all the pairs next week will bring 2,000. Yes, she does. You give $1. 105, 10, 115, 20, and 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, and 30, we get 30, 30, 35, and 35, 40, and 45, and 45, 50, we get 50, we get 50, 45, we get 50, and 45, we get 50, 45, we get 50, 45, we get 50, 145, pound 50 here, 7.5, 50, and now 50, and 50, 50, we get 50, we get 50, we get 50, down 50 there, 50, 50, 50 here, Cavanus X, Cavanus 3, 147 and a half. $1.50. 152 and a half, and 55, and 55, 55, 57, 57, 60, and now 62 and a half, 2 and a half, 5, 5, now 5, 750, and 67 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, now 67 and a half, 70, and now 70, 70, 70, you're going to be 70, Chris, 167 and a half, 10. $150.
dark by the time we get done.
135 and 35. You go about 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 37, 50 and 30. Going to 75. Going to be 30. Going to 75. Going to be 30. Going to 75. Going to be 37, 50. Yeah, 37 and a half here. Half here. 100 a quarter. 125, 30 and 25, 30 and 25, 30 here. 25, 25, 25, 25, 25 here. I'm missing something here. 125. 30. Ricardo, 125. Two-year-old guys right there, $1.50. $4-year-old, $55 and 55 and 55, 60, now 5, and 65, and 65, 65, 65, 65, 65, 65, 70, 170, 170, and 170, and now 70, you're going to be 70, now 72 and a half, 72 and a half, 5, and 75, and 75 here, 75, 75, 75, 75, 75, 75, sold 172, 50 Cavernous. $120. 125, 25, and 25, 25, 25, 25, 25 here, 120, and 25, 23, going to be 20, going to be 20, going to be 20, going to be 20. Pretty nice little cow, guys. $100 bid, 105, 105, 105, 105, 110, 15, 20. Sold 115 hand tone. Straight.
I like that cow. She's got a calf on her.
$1.50. 152 and a half, you get 5, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 57, 57, 57, 60, and down 2 and a half, 2 and a half, you get 5, you get 5, you get 5, 7 and a half, 70, and now 70, you get 72 and a half, 72, 50, and 70, you get 2 and a half, 5, now 5, 175, 175, 5, sold 173, Cavernous, 10. Two big feet. 50 cents a pound. 60 cents a pound. 70. 65, 75. 75, 80. 85. 95. Dollar. 5. 10. 15. 20. About 115. Did you get it? 20. So at 115 Cavex. Where?
She's got a blowout.
50 cents a pound. 50. 60. 70. 80. 90. Dollar. 5. 10. 15. 20. 5. 30. 125 to get 30. Yes, 125, 5.
Wonder if you poked that, what'd happen?
I don't know. Let's not take a chance. Should we have a ton?
I got a pair back here. I'd like to have 47.50 for my pair.
121 head. 120 head left.
Oh, I need another teeth. There's Billy.
125, yeah, 25, and 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 125, 30, and 25, 30, 25, 30, 25, 35, and 35, 40, 40, 45, 45, 45, 45, and 45 here, 45, 5 here, Booker, 140. $1.50. $1.55 and 55 here now 55 55 60 and now 60 55 60 here going to be 60 now 5 and 65 65 65 65 65 65 65 now 5 and 65 here 70 $70 70 70 going to be 70 Booker 165. $65 and 750 and 67 and a half here 60 70 and now 72 and a half 5 and 75 75 75 50 now 80 and now 80 here 80 give 80 here 80 give 80 now 1 81 here 1 81 2 82 83 83 182 D Bull 75, here 75, here 75, 7, and 75, 77, 77, 78, 78, 89, group 9, group 80, 1, here, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86 color, 87, 88, here, 89, 89, here, 89, 89, 89, here, 89, but 9 here, sold 188, Gibbon boot. $75, here 75, here 77, 750, and 77, 77, 77, 750, now 80, and now 81, here 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 85, here 86, 7, 88, here 89, 89, 88, 90, and 91, and 90, 91, 91, 91, 92, 92, 93, 93, 94, 93, 4, and 93, 4, 193, 4 here, so 193, Gibbon boot.
Where's mine at? Yes.
Good. How you, Rob?
I mean, we might as well just wait till next week because there ain't nobody here to buy them now. Got up here at 10 o'clock yesterday morning.
Yesterday?
Yes.
I don't know what they don't run that show.
Does anybody run that show?
$1.50. $1.55 and 55 and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, $105 and 105, 105, could be 110, 15, could be 20, 5, could be 30, 5, could be 40, 5, 50, yeah, 50 and 45, 50 and 45, 50, 59, 53, cabinets 145, boo.
Yeah. Of course, you wouldn't get up and help. Your boy.
Never good enough.
Huh?
Is yours like that?
Never good enough. I can't clean up puke because I'll puke.
Really?
So yeah, I can't do it. I had to one time in here in Jason's office when he was about 3 or 4. He threw a pancake. And I
Go get it, Tony.
oh.
$105 and $105 and $105. Going to be $105. Going to be $105. Going to get 5, 10. Going to be $110. 15. Going to be 20. Going to get 5. Going to be 30. Going to get 30. Now 5. Going to be 35 and 35. 40 and $140. Going to get 40. 35. 40. Going to get 40. Going to 45. 45. 45 and 50 and $155 and 55 here. 55. 55. 55. 55 here. 2.5. 5. 155. Gavin is 52.5. Boo.
There's one baby calf.
Got one baby calf, Kelsey.
In about 2 hours.
Couple hours we'll sell it. Couple hours we'll sell it. Okay. $52.5 and 52.50 and 52.5, 52.5, 52.5, 52.5, 52.5, 52.5, 52.5 here. $30. 5. 135. 135. 40. 145. 50. 145. Gonna get 50. 55. 155. Ricardo, 150. You give it $1.70, Rob? No? 60. 70. 1, 2. 73. 74. So 173 Gibbon. 1. Getting higher.
What'd you get?
$135 and 35. You give out 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 37, 37, 37, 50 and 37 and a half here. 40, 2 and a half, get 2 and 5 and 45, 47 and a half, 47 and 47, 50 and 47 and a half here. 40, get 7 and a half here. 40, get 7 and a half here. Chris, 145, 20x.
There should be 4. There should be 4 cows and 2 pairs. There's not 2 pairs. Unbelievable.
They're all 2-year-olds or 6 and 7 months bred. Nice cows, guys. 2,000, 2,100, and 21, and 21, and 21, 21, 21, 21, 22, and 22, 3, and 22, 3, 23, 2, and 3. They're heavier bred guys. 23, 4, 24, 5, 6, 7, 8, 28, 9, 2,900, 2,900, 28, 9, 29, 3. 3,000 and 25, 3 and 25, 3,000. Going to be 25, 3,000. Going to be 25, 3,000. Going to be 25, 3 and 25, 3,000. Going to be 25, 3, 25, 3. Coy, 2,900, 100.
Taking that from my red cows.
Babalia, 25, 25.
How old's this cow? 5-year-old.
25, 27.50, and 27 to van, 27 to van, 27 to van, going to be 27.50, now 3, and 3,000, now 3, and now 3, 32 and a half, 3, now 3, we get 3, now 3, and 3,000, we get 3,000, we get 3,000, down 3, and 3,000, we get 3,000, we get 3,000, 3,000, and 3,000, we get 3, we get 3, we get 3, we get 3, 3,000, we get 3,000, and 3,000, so 27.50, Chris 8.
That wasn't a high. I don't need any. My plan was to bring those here whenever Jonathan Shaw's going to bring a bunch in here this week, but he decided to keep them. He's got attached.
100, 150, 2, half, 3, 50, 4, half, 4 and a half, 5, 550, 550, 550, 550, you're out on line, 550, 550, 550. Sold to these guys for 500. Roberto.
That's it for baby calf.
That's all for baby calves. Absolutely. See you, Kels. That's it. That's what they told me. Just had one today.
Still got several cows.
Well, here's a slew of them right here.
22.
Greg Brooks.
8 to 10 years old. They're 5 to 7 months bred. 2,000. 2,100 and 21 and 2,100 here 2,100 here and have one and 21 and 2,100 here 2,050 and 20 50 50 and a half here gonna be 20 50 gonna be 20 50 gonna be 20 and a half and 20 50 50 and a half here 17 and a half 18 and 17 and a half 18 18 and a half here 18 and a half here and 19 and 19 and a half and 19 and a half now 2 and 2,000 able to get 2,000 able to get 2,000 able to get 2,000 bit 2 and 2,000 gonna be 2 bit of 2 gonna be 2 gonna be 2,000 able to get 2 and 2,050 and 20 50 50 and a half here 1 and 21 21 21 21 2100 and 21 and 2100 here 1 here but 1 here 21 and 2100 and 2100 here. What about you, Preston? 2100 and 2100 here. So what about 2,050 S10?
That'll be a PO. That's me.
$52 and a half, 50, we get 2 and a half, 52 and a half, 55, 57 and a half, 57 and a half, 60, and 2 and a half, we get 2 and a half, 5, and now 5, and 65, and now 5 here, 5, we get 5, now 5, we get 5, we get 5 here, Cavus, 162 and a half, 10.
Yep, that's what that means.
$55, and 55, and 55, 57, about 60, and 2 and a half, get 2 and a half, get 5, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 70, good to be 70, good to get 70, good to be 70, good to get 70, Troy 70, and House 70, and House 70, 73, good to get 70, good to get 70 here, Gibbon 167.51. Seven years and 4 months. 1,500 and 15 and a half and 15 and a half here, half and a half, going to be 1,600 here, going to be 1,650 and a half, 17, going to be 17, going to be 17, going to be 1,700 and 17 and a half, 17 and a half, 17 and a half, 18, 18, 19, 19, 2 and 2,000, going to be 19, 2 and 2,000, going to get 2,000, going to get 2,000, going to get 2,000, going to get 2, sold 1,900, Ricardo. $1.52 and a half, and 50, we get 2 and a half, 55, 57 of 57 about 60, and now 60, we get 60, 57 of going to be 67 of 2 and a half, and 2 and a half, and 2 and a half, we get 2 and a half, go to 2 and a half, we get 2 and a half, you do it 5, and 5, 5 here, S, 162 and a half, 5. $10 years, 5 months, 120. 125, and 25, and 25, 25, 30, we get 30, we get 5, we get 5, we get 40, we get 40, now 5, 45, 45, now 5, and 45 here, 45, we get 50, and now 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, guys, right, 55, and 55 here, 5, we get 5, we get 5, we get 5, we get 5 here, so 150, Ricardo. $1.52 and a half, 50, we get 2 and a half, 52 and a half, 55, 55, 57 of 57 of 57 of 57 of 50, 60, and now 60 there, $1.60 here, 160 here, Chris, 57 and a half, 8X.
Yeah.
10 by 6. Pretty good cow. 1,500. 15, 16, and 15, 16, 17, we get 17, 1,700, and 16, now 17, good to be 17, 18, 18, 19, 2, 2,000, and 2, and 2,000, we get 2,000, we get 2,000, we get 2,000, we get 2,000, good to be 2. Ricardo, 1,900. Eight years old, and she's 6 months. 1,600 and 16, 17, and 17, we get 17, good to be 16, we get 17, good to be 16, 17, and 17, 18, 18, 19, 18, 50, 18, 19, we get 19, we get 19, 19, 50, and down 2,000, good to be 2,001, and 21, 2, and 2,200, and what about a half? Now 2, good to be 2, we get 200, and 2,200, good to be 20, we get 200, good to be 2,200, Yost, 2150. $1.52 and a half, and 50, we get 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, now 2 and a half, you get 2 and a half, 52, 50, and 52 and a half, here, 5, 55, 55, 55, 55, 57, 57, 57, 57, 50, and now 60, and now 60, here, $1.60 pound, here, $1.60, here, sold, 157 and a half, Chris, 20X. $10.5, 120. 125, 25, and 25, 25, 25, 25, 30, and 25, it get 30, it get 5, it get 35, 40, and 40, 145, it get 45, 50, 155, and 55, 55, 60, it's 65, it get about 70, 170, 170, 175, and 75, so 170, Ricardo. Nine-year-old, she's 7 months. She's a little bit hoppy. 135. 135, 40, and 35, you give out 35, 35, 35, 35, 40, you get 40, 35, 40, 35, 40, 5, you get 45, you get 55, and 52 and a half, 52 and a half, go to be 2 and a half, you get 5, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, now 5, and 55 here, 5, you get 5, you get 5 here, and tone, 152 and a half.
Antonio.
135, and 35, you give out 35, 35, 35, 35, 40, you get 35, you get 45, you get 5, you get 50, now 50, 45, 50, 45, 50, 45, you get 50, and 45, you get 50, 45, you get 50, you get 50, you get 50 here, cabinets, 145 cabinets.
3.
Ten years, she's 4 months, 120. 125, and 45, and 25, 25, 25, 25, here, 5, 5, half 30, and 45, you get 30, 25, you get 30, 25, group 30, you get 30, and 25, you get 30, 25, you get 35. Now 5, 135, and 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, you get 35, you get 35, you get 35, and 5 here, sold 130 cabinets.
Number 5 coming in.
10 years and 7 months. $20. 125, and 25, and 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, here, now 30, we get 30, we get 5, we get 35, 40, 140, 140, now 40, now 40, and 35, 40, 130, 40, now 5, 50, 150, 5, 155, 55, and 55 here, now 55 here, now 55 here, sold 150, Ricardo. Six years old, she's 5 months. $50. $55, and 55, now 55, 55, 75, 57, 57, 60, and now 62 and a half, 52 and a 5, and 65, 65, 65, 65, 65, 65, 65, 165, and 65, and 65, 65, 65, 65, and a 5 here, and a 5, and a 5 here, Gibbon 1, 162 and a half. $55. 55, and 57, 57, 60, and 2 and a half, bit of 2 and a half, bit of 2 and a half, bit of 2 and a half, got 2 and a half, you get 5, and 65, 65, 65, 65, 7 and a half, 3, 5, now 5, bit of 3, bit of 5, 3, bit of 5, 3, 5, and now 5, bit of 5, bit of 5, bit of 5, now 5 here, Gibbon 1, 163. $120, $125, and 25, and 25, 25, 25, 25 here, 5 here, 5, 30, and 20, 30, now 5, and 35, 40, 45, 45, 50, 50, 50, 45, 50, and 45, 50, 45, 50, 45, now 50, 50 here, Chris, 145, 13.
Be right with you.
Daughter, 105 and 105 here. Good to be 105. Good to get 5. Good to get 5. Good to get 5. Good to get 5. Good to get 5 and 10. Good to be 10, 20, 120 and now 30, 40 and 35 and 35, 35, 35, 35, 35. Good to get 30, 40 and 35, 40, 35 and 45, 45. Good to get 45. Good to get 45. Good to get 45, 50 and 45. Good to get 50. Good to get 50 now 5 and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55. So 150. Ricardo. One-year-old heifer. She checked? Not checked. $2. 210 and 210, but with 210, 210, 210, 210 and 210, 20. We get 210, 20. We get 210, 20, half 30 and 230, 40 and 235. We get 235. We get 235, 40 and now 45. We get 45. We get 45. Going to be 245 and 245. Yeah, Bryce and 245. We get 50 and 250. We get 50. We get 50 here. Bryce 245, 9 preg. 6 years old. She's 6 months. 2000, 20, 100, and 21, and 21, and 21 times, 21, 21, 21, 21, 100, 21, 21, 21, 2, and 21, 2, 3, and 22, 3, and 4, and 24, now 500, 500, Joey had 24, 5, and 25, 600, and 25, 6, 7, and 7, 7, 7, 7, 2600, 7, and 27, and 7, 7, 7, going to be 2700, and 27, going to be 27, going to be 27, 6, 7 here, so 2600, Chris 3.
Who's them guys? In 3.
$135 and 35. You give out 35, 35, 35, 40, 35, 45. We get 5. We get 59, 52 and a half. Go to 2 and a half. We get 2 and a half. Go to 2 and a half. We get 52, 5 and 55 and 55 and a half. 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55. Booker 52 and a half. $10 years and 3 months, guys. $1.20. 125, E 25 and 25, 30, we get 30, we get 30, we get 5, go to 40, we get 40, we get 40, we get 5, 45, 45, 45, 45, and 45 here, 40, we get 5, 45, 2 and a half, 5, 145, 145, and 45, we get 5, 45, we get 5, 45, 5 here, Camus, 140, 2 and a half.
I have no idea.
$52 and a half, and 50, you get 2 and a half, 52 and a half, bit of 2 and a half, you get 2 and a half, go to 2 and a half, you get 5, and 55, 57 and 57 and 60, and now 2 and a half, you get 2 and a half, go to 2 and a half, you get 2 and a half, go to 2 and a half, 250, and 62 and a half here, given 160. 75, 80, and 75, 80, 75, go to 80, 75, go to 80, 75, go to 80, 75, go to 80, now 80, and 75, go to 80, now 85, 85, 85, and 90, 95, and 95, 95, 95, 95, $95. $1 here, $1 here, $1 here, that's 195. 3, that's 3.
Well, I knew I'd be wrong.
7 years and 3 months. 135, 40, and 35, you give out 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 40, we get 40, and 5, going to be 45, we get 50, we get 50, 45, 50, 45, 50, here 5, and 55, 55, 2.5, and 52.5, 5, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, cabinets, 52.5. Do up.
Catch a lot of calves.
7 months, Brad Gas. Here's a good rip, 2,000. 2,100 and 21 and 21 and 21, 21, 21, 21, 21, 2, 21, 2, 21, 2, we get 3, 23, we get 4, 24, we get 5, 6 and 2,600 and 25, going to be 2,600 here, 25, 2,600 and 25, going to be 2,600 now, 25, going to be 2,600 here, 25, going to be 6. Chris, 2,500. 3. $75, $80 and $75, $80, $75, good to be 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 $85, $85, $100, $85, and $5 and 10 and 110, 15, 20 and 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, good to be 125, good to be 125 here, sold 120 Cavex. Well, here, daughter. 105 and 105, 105, 105, 105, 105, 105, 110 and 110, 15. Thanks, Ricardo. 20 and 25 and 25, 25, 30, we get 30 and 5 and 35, 35, 40, we get 40, we get 40, 45 and 45, 45, 45, 45, 45, 50 and 50, we get 45, we get 50, 45, we get 50 and 45, we get 50 here now 5. 155, 155. D Bull 150 X. Yeah, we got sandblasted. Five years old, $1.40. 145 and 45, we get 45, 45, 45, 45, we get 45, going to be 140, now 5 and 45, we get 45, we get 45, we get 45, we get 45 here, Chris, 140, nothing. Sandblasted. Gotcha. I had some good ones, but then I didn't get here till dark.
You should have got them here a little earlier.
What do you say? What do you say?
He said you need to contact somebody and just not bring them all willy-nilly.
I guess I should have put a tension clay on the drive-in. Singles? Got all singles left? Oh. $2. 210, 20, and 210, 20, we get 210, 20, we get 210, 20, we get 210, 20, but 20, and 210, 20, we get 210, 20, Bryce, 210. 6 and Preg. Where'd they put them? Where'd they put them? Oh my gosh. 55 and 55 and 55, 57 and 57, 60 and 2 and a half, we get 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 2 and 5 and 65, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 750 and 67 and a half, 70 and half 70, we get 70, we get 70, we get out 70 and 70 by 70, we get 70, we get 70, we get 70 here, cabinets 67 and a half, 10.
5 before. She's got a hip down. Dollar. $10. 110, 20, and 120, 110, 15, and 110, 15, 20, 125, 125, it'll get 30, 25, gonna be 39, gonna be 35, it'll get 40, $35, 40, and 35, it'll get 40, 35, it'll get 40, 35, gonna be 45, gonna be 145, 50, $50, 150, 150, and 45, it'll get 50, it'll get 50, it'll get 50, 145, it'll get 50, here's on 145 hand tone. 2. $52 and a half, 50, we get 2 and a half, gonna be 50, we get 2 and a half, gonna be 50, we get 2 and a half, 52.50, 52 and a half, bit of that here, gonna be 2 and a half, we get 2 and a half, 35, 35, 40, and 35, 40, and 35, 42 and a half, gonna be 2 and a half, you get 5, and 45, 45, 45, 47, 50, and 47 and a half, 47 and a half, 47 and a half, 47 and a half here, Booker, 145. Is it really? I thought you said we had 50 left.
That's what the computer says, so
88, hang on, 88, 83, 87. 83. Is she bred or not? She's 2-year-old, she's 3 months bred. 2,000. 2,100. 21 and 21 and 2,100 21, 2,100 100 and 2,100 now 2, now 3, 23, 2.5, now 3. She's pretty good. Now half. 24. 2,400, Joe. 2,400. Sold her 23 and a half. Chris, 3. You guys have a good Monday afternoon. We'll see some of y'all back here tomorrow, 9 o'clock in the a.m. See you guys.